Praise you, Most High. Yeah, that sound good, y'all. Hello. What we doing?
Hey, cook that up, Khalid.
We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. They said you got the call, they trying to blackball you. Like what they own, bro. You can't blackball a boss. The whole world, they hate Israel. The way you hate your neighbor, might as well pull the trigger on yourself. You know we get excited by the smoke. Every day we casting flesh. Say my treasure stored in heaven, we gon' blow the rest. They disrespecting and we check the bank that causing kept it still. They asking others about my business, but I ain't got no instant miss. See, I still deal with ops direct. Cause your person don't mean you respect. Your outlet don't get no credit if the ox ain't in it. Money answer all things and you got all these questions. Playing Vic. Look, I employ slavery. I'll give you broke your head. Yo, them crews in the hood, Jews in the hood. I caught them clues, now I'm good. I broke it down, he understood my all to you. Filtered through, you found a few, I'm good. We what we sold, this here exclusive. They like, hey, folk, look what you doing. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. Most I told me, be still, give a room to work. Know my movie work. Your faith ain't good, don't put the work in. In the spirit flexing, that my day job. Getting the mode out my own, I don't know what they are. Before I got the blueprint, and I'm too legit to quit. Let it spark in the dark, be a light, got it lit. Trying to map my movement, got my haters pondering. The ops set the question there, they wanna know if you still lit. It hit different, you authentic, a lot of ops pretending. We do it for the Lord, got my own motion, who are you to judge? Look most high first, none above. Tap in the spirit, we locked in, they'll come against your plot. You know Judas said, yeah, we spit them scripts, they barely not. Came on slave ships, then you not black. You know they tell you everything. Isaiah 30:20, yeah, we bad. You see what happened when they tried to rail the train up off the track. False witness, hypocrite. We throw shots back, now they feel hit. Must go get it. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Fuck this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still.
Yeah. Welcome to the den, man. No matter how hard they try, they can't take the smile off my face or anybody else that's dealing with the den. Once again, Black Jesus minister has been active, acting like a little warlock. But I'm gonna let before we get into it, man, I just want to say peace and blessings. I hope everybody's having a wonderful Sunday, you know, because the devil is busy. I mean, real busy. You know what I'm saying? So I want to congratulate the brother Elder YAHRAH because his opponent has ran for the goddamn hills. Andrew the student. Hey, you should have sat here and learned. That's what you should have did. There ain't no 42 laws. So now I can talk about it. Ain't no goddamn 42 laws of my influence of 10 commandments. But let me introduce Karima real quick, and then we're going to tell y'all what happened and why. Brother, go ahead, Sister Karima.
Hi, everybody. Please like the video if you like the content. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Do so. Sorry about that. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah. See, a lot of these, I hope y'all can hear me. My voice coming back a little bit. See, a lot of these clubhouse debaters, they don't understand, that this is the real jungle over here on the YouTube. Cause you just gonna run your mouth. See, what Black Jesus has done is collected of a whole group of talkers. They're not going to present the information. This guy wasn't ready. That's his excuse. Because this morning he called like he was ready. Yesterday we talked about it. He acted like he was ready. Now all of a sudden, oh well, I don't want to get between you and Black Jewish minister. Come on, bro, stop it. Stop it, bro. You ran. You knew goddamn well you was gonna lose, and we don't want no punk ass debaters in this league over here at the Lions Den Universal Debate League. Y'all hear that? Universal is way bigger than the Ultimate. Trust and believe that. So we worldwide. Worldwide is just Ultimate. Universal is galaxies far and beyond. You understand? So sit your little league, your little popcorn league down. You don't even have a home base for your people. You got to shoot them around everywhere. That's why he couldn't do your debate today. When he tried to steal it, he couldn't do your debate today because he had nowhere to take them. He had no promotion. He didn't make y'all a flyer. You suck as a manager. We're going to get into that, but let me introduce everybody on the panel. Let me introduce everybody on the panel before we get to Elder YAHRAH and his victory. And then he's moving on to the second round. And trust me, we got other debaters lined up that we're going to continue with the tournament. Don't even trip, everybody. We got a wealth of debaters over here in the den. He's the one struggling to find quality debaters. Trust and believe that. And Sister April, hey, sister, like I say, we're going to find you an opponent. Don't even trip, sis. But anyway, let's go ahead and introduce the brother JT, the camp killer in the building. Go ahead, Akeem.
Yeah, this is JT. Here to support the channel, man, and my brother YAHRAH. There he goes again, being who he is. Black, no minister, because the nigga ain't no minister to me. Bailed out because he knew his boy was going to take a L, so he going to chump up and bail out. Ridiculous. He is a disgrace to our people. Next speaker.
All right, maybe later on the show you can get more into depth why you feel that this black minister sinister is some kind of devil. This guy has been caught in so many lies, and everybody that speak to him, he cannot keep up with the lies, and so the people are getting mad because they seeing it. While you trying to put it off on JJ, they know it ain't JJ. They know it's you. So we got every right to part ways, but you don't have to make nobody. I told the people, hey, y'all can debate over there, and you can debate over here. I don't have no problem with it because I know we solid over here. You see? But let's go to the next person on the panel. I'm talking about one of the Lions Den former champion. He is now one of our counselors in the Lions Den. The person who keeps the peace, no other than commission at that hair fine. Go ahead, Akeem. Shalom, Islam, peace and blessings.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shalom, Alaikum. Shalom, Shabbat Alahayim. Want to give honors to the family. I always love to be in the presence of all of our family. And all I can say is, this environment going to either make us or break us. I'm talking about when I'm speaking of social media. And so the main thing is when we come together as a people, I'm speaking in different aspects like y'all did, and we agree upon things. And it's a collective, then it should be a collective responsibility and not where one should try to elevate themselves above, what has been created. For example, if you and the brother Black Jesus, the other brother LV, y'all came together in the oneness, then everybody that come together should make that decision, especially when you were present and you were there and the other brothers wasn't present. They might have been busy, whatever the case may be, but no one should come behind and say, well, all right, I'm going to overturn this or overturn that, especially when the one who is lost in the matter has agreed to it. That's another measure. We ain't really got into that. Agreed that, okay, I'm going to take this L I didn't have my stuff together, and then it should be done after that. But it's almost reminding me of a situation. Just think of it in the disciplinarian aspect when one parent disciplined the seed, and then somebody come behind that and say, "All right, he shouldn't have did that. He shouldn't have did you like that," and so now the seed is going in opposition to the parent. That's what it kind of remind me of, based upon the fact that when one could have learned from that, meaning that young brother that went against apostle could have learned, now it's giving him the avenue to not learn, because now he can begin to make a crying baby type of demonstration, and this will become his state of mind. Just from that, it would establish in him that he can cry to get his way. And that ain't how it works in the debate world. All of us have been on one side of the situation, I'm pretty sure, where judgment has not went our way at some point of time. But it made us better, regardless of what it said. It could have been a set judge system or whatever the case may be. It could have been whatever, but the thing is, it's supposed to make us better in our approach, not make us become disgruntled and distrustful. Because if you distrustful toward your peers in the judgment, it ain't gonna be nothing good come out of that anyway. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what we here to break, the cycle of distrust. If we break that cycle, then when we make a pact of unity, then we stand true to that. If I say I'm gonna unite with brother JJ and whatever it is that we demonstrate, that's what it is if we agree to that counsel. But we have to show that to the public. Because if, like I say, if you crapping on yourself and everybody else in the public see you, you're gonna be judged by that. You know what I mean? And so ain't no need in trying to clean it up, if one gonna keep doing the same thing over and over again. And then we got to get out of this mindset of the I, me, and honor where we at. If we know JJ have a better talent in organizing certain things, then let JJ do that. If our brother on the other end, he have another talent that he didn't do that. If it take one splitting, parting ways and doing all the well, but it definitely ain't got to be a smear campaign, so to speak. Give honors to each other, keep unity, even though we might not be together, so to speak, so that we can have some type of decorum. One thing about that European that's oppressing us, family, they can hate each other to death, but you ain't gonna see them too much going back and forth. They'll still be working with each other in that same opposition. And that's what we need to be as a people. I just want to add that for, because I'm gonna speak, y'all know I'm gonna speak the truth in unity. That's what I'm here for, Other than that, hey, it's all love, man. Peace and love. And like I said, we got to get out that grandiose mentality. We know our brother Black Jesus Minister feel that he the one to unite everybody. That's nothing wrong with feeling that way, but feeling that way and also having the Most High behind us and backing us in that, that's another thing. Because if he really meant that, then he would make it so hard for one to be able to do what they do to a certain degree. It may not be time for whatever it is. And then everybody just ain't gonna agree. It ain't gonna be no kumbaya demonstration, No matter how much I've been trying to unite our people and want to see oneness and unity, I can start on a peace conversation. It go to all out warfare, and I'm the one trying to bring that. Let me know that it may not be time for that, But I ain't gonna stop doing what I do, and I ain't gonna hate my brothers for having the position that they have, I just say some of our people, we still got a lot of growing to do. You know what I mean? And it's all love. So peace and love, family. That's what I want to add.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and let Elder Apostle introduce himself, and then we're going to let Elder YAHRAH get it in.
Yeah. Shalom, shalom, y'all. This is Apostle.
Real quick, Apostle, the brother in the audience, Black, there's no debate. The brother ran. So somebody said what's going on. Yeah, the brother ran.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Apostle.
They over there scheming and conniving and doing what the devil do. That's how he comes to kill, steal, and destroy. My mama told me a long time ago to be careful who you hitch your wagon to. You know, you don't understand that when you hit yourself up with people and their philosophies, you carrying on that same responsibility, that same thing that they carry. So Black Jesus Sinister, man, you have shown yourself to be exactly what you are. You're a confused young man that want to be identified and recognized as being involved and being in control of things when really you don't even partake in. You're not a participant in things dealing with Christ. You're self-appointed, self-grandiose, self-idolatrous promoter. You introduce yourself to this community as Black Jesus Minister, and you left HOK, and you came back, and all of a sudden you's a bishop.
Wait a
You
minute.
don't know what a bishop
Wait a
is.
minute. Wait.
You never set up underneath a bishop.
Right.
You don't know what authority is because
Right.
you never set up under authority.
Right.
And if you never set up under authority,
Right.
how in the hell are you going to lead out as you are authority? See, the problem is you're backwards. You want prestige.
Want prestige.
Okay, you want folk looking at you.
Want folks looking and smiling at him.
But you set yourself up on a pedestal.
Put
And I'm going to tell you, when a man set himself up on a pedestal,
made himself
here comes the Most High to set your ass down right where you belong and show you for who you are. The bad about it is all the people that you are convincing they hitch their wagon up along with you. All right, you are one corrupt individual. You're corrupt. You're a liar, and you've shown yourself to be a liar. This week, you have been caught in so many lies. It's beyond apologies. All you brought to this thing is confusion. That's all you done, brother. And we know God, the Most High, is not the author of confusion. This was JJ's baby. Everybody know that. He recognized you and reached out and brought you in when the original participants backed out. You was brought in, but you came in trying to control instead of just playing the part that you was dwelt. JJ gave you a piece, and instead of honoring that, you tried to take control and act like this was yours. When it's not yours, man. You didn't create this. But there you go, with your lying ass, conniving ass, sneaky ass, backdoor ass, and take it the way you want to take it. Because you ain't right. Your spirit ain't right. You no more than a jackleg preacher standing out on the corner with a bottle in one hand and a Bible in the next hand. The problem is you don't know how to read it. Because you're void of spirit. You're void of righteousness. Everything you touch, turns to S-H-I-T, dumb. Everything you involved in is going to turn to dumb. Because you're unrighteous, man. And you know I know you. You know I don't recognize you.
Yeah, he been sabotaging the debates, brothers and sisters who's just now coming in.
He's sabotaging the debates. He done sabotaged this debate. He's reversing debates. Notice the people that the debate's been reversed. Each of them has been people that he have brought to this that lost. They lost the original debate.
No,
and he has reversed the decisions.
The debater who's supposed to be here, he ran for the goddamn hills. He was a coward. This is one of the guys
So,
that Black Jesus Minister deals with. This guy.
I was going to openly challenge Black Jesus Sinister to a debate on the topic that he said I lost to, that I lost on. I was going to openly challenge you. A pay-per-view debate. And I was going to say winner take all. Because you don't deserve to get anything. And I was going to take my portion and donate it. Other than what I was going to give out to those that's going to sponsor it. Their portion. My portion, I'm going to donate it. Winner take all. Okay? Because I just want to embarrass you for the scam that you are. That's all. And it ain't so much as I. But you're a dog, man. You worse than a snake. You're a scammer, conniver, schemer, snake, lying ass, non-credential, got no credentials, lying ass about being a minister, ain't been called nothing. God ain't called you to preach nowhere. What Ephesus, what building were you licensed? What denomination have you been licensed under? You told Chris Harris to show his degree. Show me your license.
Oh, call him out.
Show me your preachers. Show me your elders.
We want to see it.
Show me that you've been ordained as an elder somewhere in some recognizable church in the United States.
All right.
Show me.
I'm going to let you come back on, Apollo. We got to get back to the panel. Black Janky Minister, we want to see your what do you get? A certificate for being a minister? Your church? Where's your church? Minister or what? Minister or a bunch of clowns that you got over there crying when they lose a goddamn debate. Let's get to the man of the hour, man. I know I can't talk, I can't yell, but I'm trying my best to talk to y'all. JJ don't want to be silenced. They want to silence JJ. They don't want him to speak out about this barn dog. Tyrone getting blocked. Evidence of knowledge. Hazel Eugene.
Drop that out there, Jay. Drop that on the screen.
You know what I'm saying? So,
drop that on the screen.
Right. Put it on
Put that up there.
Put it on, Kareem. Put it on the single, please. All right, there you go.
You see that?
Yeah.
You see that? I can walk in any church. You see that?
Right.
I can go in any hospital.
Right.
4 a.m. in the morning.
That's right.
And see any patient.
We talking about Black Jesus Minister, Ebony Knowledge. He's scamming people.
You see that?
Right.
That ain't the only one. You see that?
Right.
And come Monday, I'm going to put on display my apostle certificate.
That's right.
Letting you see that I don't just claim to be what I ain't. Okay?
Right.
Other people recognize and identify. After years of participation in training, where I sat and was taught and recognized, hands laid upon, Holy Ghost feel. But you don't know nothing about that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Apostle.
Go ahead, y'all. You can take the screen down.
Yeah, take the screen out, Carissa. Hey, look. We got Yasha. Now, Yasha, hold up, YAHRAH. You the man of the hour, so just go ahead, sit back for a minute, man. Congratulations on your victory. You done ran one of them punk-ass debaters up out the league. He knew he wasn't ready. Hold up, Yash. I think you came on after Aboriginal, the
The
Zab.
Zab, the Zab, no, the Zab. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Go ahead, Zab.
Just a quick question. What's your perspective on the indigenous people of America in terms of whether or not they are the quote unquote Hebrews or the Jewish people? You on mute? I can't hear you.
Dive off into them topics for a minute. Right now, so it's a black minstrel show. What they call a roast. But really, it ain't a roast. It's to see himself. He can see his goddamn self. So go ahead, Apostle. Yashi. Now you was a concerned debater. Can you try to tell the word your experience that you had with Black Jesus? Go ahead, man.
Hold on. What's going on with Black Jesus, man? Like, this is crazy, man. We gotta stop this,
Bro,
man.
he's canceled some more debates. He just sabotaged YAHRAH's debate. You know, he's doing too much, bro.
But see, the problem is like the moment you and him included it to where it was the two of y'all, I always knew it was gonna be some kind of a infighting in regards to whose show it's gonna be. I
Right.
think I think that's the root of it. I think he wants like yeah.
Well, we gotta stop though. Don't get too deep. Here's the problem. JJ is not running around lying to a whole bunch of different individuals. A lot of different individuals that's involved in this are catching this man in a lie. All right, that is the problem. You see?
And I'm saying it's probably coming from a position of being a hater.
Hit me up so your number can be on my phone.
All right, so just real quick, let me let Yasha's point of view come through, baby. We gonna work the panel back around to you. I promise. Go ahead, Yasha. Go ahead, Yasha. Unmute your mic. If not, we'll keep it moving until you can get your technical things back going. But we're gonna go ahead and go to YAHRAH. Congratulations, brother. You ran this man out the goddamn league. You know, he knew you was a monster. He knew you was a giant, a titan. He knew he didn't have a PowerPoint. See, he was a fly-by-night guy I ain't never heard of getting a ring one time, and he got in contact saying, I want in. I said, bro, these are really 4 beginners, but let me see what you got. Because you see the one beginner, he cried on stage in front of everybody, ladies and gentlemen. These are the type of debaters that Black Jesus Minister get in contact with. The crybabies. Ultimate crybaby debate league. UCDL is what they're running over there. Go ahead, Yash. You made a complaint. What happened to you?
Fools go. 10K electroplated golden child and 10K electroplated golden sword. Fools goes. Go ahead, y'all.
All right, go ahead, YAHRAH.
Hey, okay. All right. Hold on one second. Let me fix this mic. All right, man. Man, all praise to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to our God Yahweh. Shalom Aleichem, people in the chat, those who are listening. Man, I just want to say, man, hey, listen, man, I got into this debate to actually debate league to actually have a debate to possibly bring out some topics to provide the family with some information. I want to say this, man. Shout out to my once opponent, Andrew, the student. I wouldn't say he was a coward. I just felt like he was just disgusted with some of the process that he felt was going on. So he decided to sit this one out, in his words. So
well, that's my perspective, because I am a debater. I don't do that.
Yeah.
So he's a coward to me. Because we talked to him last night. We talked to him this morning. It wasn't no confusion.
Yeah, so that's how.
I see you. Hold up, family.
Yeah. So that's how he, so that's how he bought it.
YAHRAH, we might can find you an opponent right here in concept.
But I came on. He wanted to do this particular debate, so I came here to feast. came here to feast. And I really wanted to deal with the topic. I believe I had some fresh information, man, for my people, man. In regard to this seemingly old discussion, topic that's been floated around and kicked around for a while. But I felt like I had something I can bring to the people, man, and perspective on the conversation. Whether or not the 42 laws of Mayat or the Book of the Dead or the Book of the Coming Forth by Day actually influence the Decalogue, the Ten Commandments, right? It's an old conversation, but one that needed to be revisited because it always rears its ugly head, and that's because nobody's put a stamp on it, right? So I wanted to actually do the debate for that reason because I felt, I can bring something fresh to the discussion, and then arm our people, man, and to properly address this particular topic. So again, man, I don't have an issue if anybody wants to have the discussion. If not, I'll just do a lesson on my channel. Subscribe to Elder YAHRAH. You see it right here.
Yeah, I'll find your command.
Yeah.
Just save it, bro.
It's not. It ain't even whether I save it. Whether I save it or not, it don't matter. The information in here is going to be hard to really hard to kick against, right? So, I can do it probably. I can do it 100 times. It's gonna come to we're gonna wind up in the same spot with it. But I feel like it's just something that needs to be revisited and dealt with, and you're just gonna deal with it, man, righteously, man. All praise to Yahweh. So again, man, shout out to the people that's tuning in today, man. I was prepared to give a debate. At this point, man, it's one of those things where people say people are running. I was accused a couple of weeks ago of running from a debate with Black Lion, LYING Supreme, over on Chris Harris channel, right? For some of the same reasons, people, they fail to they fail to have integrity when it comes to actually being able to actually have these discussions, right? So again, people like to talk a lot, but when those lights come on, it's a whole different thing,
Whole nother animal. That dude wasn't ready. I can hear it in his voice.
So
man, is that the same? Not to cut you off, JJ. Is that the same Andrew from back in the day from the back chat?
Nah, it's a different Andrew.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, what happened to him?
He's still around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
YAHRAH, real quick, let Consu say hi to the audience. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rahubat, Aboru, Aboshishay, Alafia, greetings, Shemim Hatep, Shalom, Assalamu alaikum. Greetings to all the viewers. Peace up to the Lion's Den. I was a little busy earlier, but I finally was able to get through. And yeah, I was interested in this discussion. I thought it was the other Andrew from when Tahood him and
this Andrew from over here, our Andrew is way better than this dude.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was like,
hey, our Andrew over here is 4. I think he's 4-0 or something like that. Andrew lost the debate over here.
Oh wow. Yeah, that shocked me. It is an interesting topic, even though it is a topic that's been discussed before. It's an interesting topic.
Chase, would you debate YAHRAH on this topic? I know you don't agree with YAHRAH.
I don't agree. I don't.
There you go.
But
ain't no buts.
I feel like he gonna try to throw Samaria somewhere. I feel like he gonna try to pull a
It's definitely a losing argument, though.
Zion Lex.
I won't go nowhere near Samaria.
Oh, okay. Wow. Well, that's a shot. I might take that debate then, even though I just ain't. Man, I've just kind of like elevated from religious debates. I just don't enjoy them. I mean, I ain't gonna say I don't enjoy them, no more, but I just
Wait a minute,
done
hold
them
up,
for
bro.
so
Hold on,
long.
wait. You up
I
here,
do think it's like beating a dead horse at this point, though.
You're speaking the language. You're speaking all that. You mean to tell me you won't do a religious debate? Isn't that a
I
religious?
will.
Come on, man.
I do one.
Yeah.
I'll take that debate. I'll
There
take
you
that
go.
debate.
Now we talking.
Just for you, JJ, because you my
Right.
big brother.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do it for the Lions then.
Hey,
I'll
my
take
old
that
school
debate.
Lions then. Hey, you know what? Y'all always pop back up when they think they got the den down. God damn it. Hey, YAHRAH.
What's good?
Hey, hello to the family over there. Guess what? He gonna take that debate, bro.
I'll take it. I'll take that debate. So it is.
You want to lay your
It
premise
is.
out a little bit, YAHRAH?
You said what?
You want to talk about it a little bit? Y'all want to go back and forth a little bit to give him the meat and potatoes? But we got Yasha on here. Hopefully, I want him to introduce before y'all get into it. But I don't think he.
Yeah, I
Yasha,
had a little technical. I had a little technical difficulty. I had a little technical difficulty as I was traveling through the hood on foot. But yeah, and I missed a whole lot of everything, so I'll just sit in from here. What's going on?
Well, all right. Well, actually, the opponent Andrew, the student, figured he didn't want no smoke with to me. Because he called me twice. I'm just gonna say, YAHRAH's giving him respect. I'm gonna give him respect. I'm not disrespecting, but I'm a debater. I mean, I was a debater. I know how it is. I know if a person ready or not. That guy wasn't
Was it
ready.
Andrew from? Is it Andrew from the back chat?
No, not that Andrew.
That's the same thing I
said. Andrew from the back chat must be doing some. What the hell? No, it was Andrew the student. You know, one of these fly-by-night guys just said, yeah, I'll join in. And then when he realized lights, camera, action, now he's shaking in his money boots because he's some kind of commission.
And ran on debate day.
Not our commission of that verified.
Tell him look up the Hebrew word thalmayad, which means pupil.
Right.
Andrew Thalmayad.
Right. So yeah, Kansu. Now, I'm sure you can take this debate, bro, because I don't want to promote it and then.
I'll take it. I'll do it. So what is it? So the topic is, do the 10 Commandments come from the laws of MAAT?
Did the 42 laws of MAAT influence the 10 Commandments?
Oh yeah, I'll take that.
You're gonna have to show how those 42 laws were transmitted through Moses to the Hebrew people.
Was transmitted to Moses?
Yeah, but like Moses got the concept from God on Mount Sinai, and you're gonna have to show how he took those ideas from Egypt. I think you got an impossible task. I think that's why everybody's ducking this. And the whole concept that the Hebrews came out of Egypt, that's been debunked already.
What?
The idea that the Hebrew cosmology came from Egypt. Like no scholar is gonna tell you that.
Right.
I beg to differ big time, buddy.
So how would you make that argument?
I got a bag full of
briefly, how would you make that argument? Let me hear it.
Well, here's the thing. Here is the thing. This is the thing now. You have if you want to go from a biblical narrative or you want to go from a historical narrative, however you want to do it.
So I'll say this: the Bible, however you want to look at it, is a historical book, though.
I disagree with that, but what I was saying was, if a person want to go to biblical narrative or the historical narrative, both narratives state that these people, these Hebrew people, sojourned in Kemet for a long, long time. Both of them say it. The Bible says that, and history, whom my studies show who the historical Hebrews were, they both say that they was. It's like nobody won't say, well, they wasn't even in Kemet. Well, we know they was in Kemet, And when you in a place for a long time, it's called something called cultural appropriation. And
all right. Here's what I'm saying though.
Influence from different cultures. Kemet was a melting pot. You know what I mean? So they had to create the whole. It was a link. Then they used the meta as a lingua franca, which was a language that everybody could understand. So that's the aspect I'm gonna take. My stance is the fact that the Hebrews did sojourn in Kemet. In both narratives, I'm gonna use that and build on top of that and show the proof.
I thought the Metaneta wasn't a common language. That was just a language that was basically used by the priests.
By the priests, right.
No, the script, the hieroglyphic, what they call the Metaneta script, which is the you got the hieratic, demotic, then you have the different forms. The certain scripts was used by the priesthood.
Was it known by the common folk of Egypt? And I don't call it. I go with Egypt.
Just common everyday language among the people.
The language, yeah, but the scripts was the priests. They used the hieroglyphic, the script, as opposed to everyday people who write love letters and stuff. They would use the shorthand cursive form of the hieroglyph. But the language, used by all people.
The way that their system was set up, they all had different classes. You had the priestly class, you had the pharaoh class, and you had the common everyday folk. You got to show how Moses specifically took that concept of Ma'at and then used that to create the 10 Commandments after he left out.
Like I said, I can do that biblically, or I can do it historically. Even biblically, it says that Moses lived and was raised where? In Kemet.
How much time do you need to? How much time do you need to show that?
I'll be ready next week.
Next week.
Okay. Yeah, I really don't need time. I just to get my PowerPoints and stuff. This is old elementary stuff. I've been graduated from these topics years ago. So it won't take. I could debate it right now, but to get my PowerPoint and stuff, I say next week I'll be ready. I'm gonna show you in every form and fashion. If you want to stick straight to the text,
let me ask you a question.
Straight to the text.
Kansu, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Like we know at different times, different cultures ruled in Egypt, right? Like the Nubians ruled. The Hyksos ruled, the Greeks ruled. So during those periods and during those times, like when the Greeks ruled, wouldn't the Greek language become didn't they and when the Hyksos ruled, if the Hyksos' king is Pharaoh, aren't they going to speak the Hyksos language?
The Hyksos didn't have a language when they came into Kemet.
Oh, they didn't have a way of communicating with each other?
They had a way of communicating, but they ain't have a written. Well, let me take that back. They didn't have a script.
That don't make any sense.
Hold on. They didn't have a script.
Oh, boy.
They didn't have a script.
That don't make sense. That don't make sense.
There's no proof of it.
There's no language without script.
Yes, it is. Language comes before script. Yes, it is.
Language does, but script eventually comes. If you're gonna sit here and tell me the Hyksos ruled in Egypt for over the time for at least 500 years, and you mean no script was developed by the Hyksos, and they existed before going into Kemet
was about the language
for over 1,000 years.
Yeah, they did.
What language did they speak? The African American don't have a language. When he came here, he had one, but it wasn't African American. So you got to learn. I'm gonna back out of this, but ask the right question, Apostle. You too great, man, to let this young man ponder on you like that, man.
No. He didn't ponder on me, man. No. Oh no. Hey, I'm just asking questions to
hey, you didn't hear that part about I said you too great.
Yeah, I heard that.
I'm gonna back out of that.
Here's the thing. Listen, guys.
You understand that your whole logic is based around the Egyptians influencing the Hebrew people, that same argument could be made that the Egyptians were influenced by the Hebrew people. Like it could go either way.
It could, but here's the thing about it: when the Hebrews got to Kemet, Kemet was already been in, you know what I mean? It was already fully. If the Kemetians helped the Hebrew, they saved them. At that time, they was wandering, lost vagabonds. They didn't have no land. They didn't have nothing.
No.
They
We
came
wasn't
into
lost.
Kemet.
No, we wasn't lost. We
Yes,
came
they
into Kemet
were.
because we
I'm
came
gonna
in
show that
Kemet
too. I'm
simply.
gonna show that. I'm gonna prove that.
Solely, we came into Kemet solely for one reason. One reason.
Why?
Because Joseph was there, and he had been put in a place of rulership because the king, the Pharaoh, dreamed a dream that his magicians couldn't decipher. Joseph deciphered it and explained that a famine was coming. And if it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have had the knowledge to store up the food because the famine was on the way. But because of Joseph told them that the famine was coming, they stored the food up and was able to eat. And when everybody else didn't have food, the rest of the family went in. They didn't recognize Joseph, but Joseph recognized them. Everybody was coming in because of Joseph. Egypt had the food.
No, that's a good point.
Okay, so now even if
so basically Egypt
saved them from famine
and was spared because of Joseph.
No, that is the other way around.
Huh?
Now let me say this real quick.
Joseph's the one that had the dream. Joseph is the one that told him to store up the food.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm agreeing with you.
Right.
Hold on. Now let me ask you this. Now here's the thing. Now this is what we're gonna have to distinguish me and Elder YAHRAH if we have this debate. I don't accept the biblical narrative. So to use the biblical narrative against my historical approach, I don't think would be fair. If I were to go strictly by the biblical narrative on this topic,
you would definitely lose if you did that.
Well, because it doesn't explain these things in depth. It doesn't go in depth in the historical account of who Moses really was, what actually took place. You know, was there a bondage or was there an explanation? Because in my thesis, through my studies, the Hyksos are the Hebrews. The Hebrews are the ancient Hyksos. That's who they are. So, and even when you get into the word Hebrew, right, it's the same root as Arab. Listen closely. The same root, and that root means to wander. So you're dealing with a tribe of people who were wandering in a historical account. If I go by the biblical account, I'm gonna be crippling myself because I don't even accept that account. So you got to take that in
the thing is, you can be a Hebrew and not be an Israelite. So you got to be careful because Abraham was a Hebrew, but Abraham was not an Israelite. The Israelites started with Jacob.
Well, yeah, exactly.
So in order to be an Israelite, you had to come from the loin of Jacob.
Right.
Abraham was before Jacob.
Right, but it would be safe to say that
Hebrews are based on Eber.
That's right, and this was pre-Israel or pre.
So the Hyksos may have been Hebrew, right, but they were not Israelites.
I agree with that.
Israelites are Hebrew because our forefathers, we speak the Hebrew language.
Right.
So you got the word Ebre and Ebre and Ebrit. Ebrit is what you are. Ebre is what you speak. Now that's the Greek form where the word Hebrew comes from. But the original Hebrew word is Abaya, Iba, and Abaya. So you're going to have a problem because I can show you that Moses, when he left Egypt, he rejected everything, his education, the principles, the teachings, the customs of Egypt. He
He did it.
rejected it.
That
He rejected it. The scripture says, rather to suffer the affliction with the children of God, he rejected everything of Egypt and suffered among the children of God, rather to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season.
but
So,
Hold up. Also, I'm trying to find out how would you put them as the Hyksos? To my understanding, Abraham was born in Ur,
right,
which is in
it's Sumer.
yeah, Sumer, right? So how would you put them as the Hyksos? The Hyksos, I think that was in the
elder
Mediterranean area.
Yeah, but the elder just explained to you that Abraham was not an Israelite. He was from Ur of Chaldea. So this was pre-Israelite. Abraham's time was pre.
He was astrologer.
The Hebrews didn't exist there in that time.
Right. The word
and Abraham did not speak the Hebrew language because it didn't exist at that time.
Oh, Abraham, I can show you he did in the book.
No, he did not.
In the book of Jubilees,
no, he did not.
I can read it to you.
That's what I'm saying, and that's the head that I don't believe in the Bible. I'm talking about the book.
I'm talking about the book of Jubilees. That was part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. That came from the Dead Sea Scrolls.
I don't believe in none of that. All that's still biblical.
But you not believing don't make it ain't true because you don't believe it.
Well, I can't.
Also, you can't just disprove the Bible. It is a historical book, though. You don't got to believe in it from a religious aspect.
It was among the books of the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm not talking about the book of Asher. I'm talking about the book of Jubilees. And it plainly say in the 12th chapter.
If Abraham was from Ur of Chaldea, right? Then he spoke the language of the people of Chaldea at that time, and the Hebrew language, as you know it today, that was reconstructed. Hold on. That was reconstructed by Eleazar ben Yehuda.
No,
is not the same language that Father Abraham spoke, brother.
Listen,
we can put that to another debate.
Okay. The point is this here. The point is this here. Abraham life. When the prophecy came to Nimrod about the birth of Abraham, his father had to hide him
real quick
and gave him. Say what?
Say shorten it up because I got somebody on the panel. I'm gonna let you get back in. I want to introduce yourself real quick. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Don't be too long. I was saying.
Okay. Abraham was hid, given to Seth, and raised with Seth the North. Until an adult. So, as a child, he wasn't raised in Sumer, although he was born in Sumer. When he came back to Sumer, was after Nimrod's death.
All right. Go ahead. We got my brother Budawa Mugabe, one of the elders in the Lions Den. He's been around, so I like to let him speak on a great job of judging the other night. I really appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, first of all, good afternoon to everyone that's in earshot of my voice. Hopefully everyone is doing well today. I'm just listening to the conversation, trying to get edified with truth and listening to people's opinion and see where we go from here.
Right. Just wanted to make sure you was heard before they continue to talk. Go ahead, Apostle.
AJ, I want to say something real quick.
Oh yeah.
Real quick.
Y'all can't see you.
Man, y'all gonna see a man butt ass naked.
Put the camera on.
Turn it off.
Hey, quit asking to turn the camera on. I'm at home. Hey, I wasn't at home. I was in the street.
You on the toilet, man. Turn that shit off.
Hey, straight up though, you got some intellectual heads coming up in here that I want to talk to. I want to talk to Mr. Asar, the Kemetic, and I want to talk to Slim Reaper. Those guys are some very interesting interesting characters
Hey man,
and some bright and
tell
some
you
very
something, man.
bright and some very bright minds. So when they come up in here, set it up so those guys can talk to me.
And now that you say that, see, I got other debaters lined up over here that need to be filled in. See, Neo Love has moved to the second round. Apostle has moved to the second round. Zion has moved to the second round. Raphael has moved to the second round. The Truest has moved to the second round. And my brother YAHRAH has moved to the second round. This side of the bracket is almost full. So I need to make 4 more debates on this side. We have an array of people. We have Yasha Ben Israel and Yehudin needs a debate. Open to Knowledge. We got Andrew. And Zab Sigma. I think he might participate. And Kansu just filled in the spot for Andrew. So we still got a couple more spots available for the 16-man tournament. But like I said, they ain't stopping nothing. Sister April, she needs an opponent. So we still got people. Trust and believe that. So yeah.
I got a debate idea, JJ. I've been meaning to ask you about this.
As well. Go ahead.
A debate I've been thinking about is, did the Hebrews come to America before the Europeans or before 1492?
What the?
All right, he throwing that out there. Anybody interested in that?
Hey, I'll even say this. I will say this to Elder and to Apostle. I will even take the stance biblically. This is only stance I will take where I will use the Bible against you. I will use your own book against you. The only way I would take that stance is if the topic would be something like and me, according to the Bible and my thesis, the Egyptians actually were the saviors to the Hebrew people. They saved them. They was their saving grace. Egypt was the saving grace of so many people in the Bible. So I will take that stance that even though people try to demonize the Bible believers or Torah believers try to demonize the ancient Egyptians and call them pagans and all this, I believe that in the Bible, Egypt.
When you say save, what do you mean save?
It meaning that every time the Israelites got in some shit, they sent them. God sent them to Egypt to help them every single time.
Yeah, this Elder YAHRAH, peace to you, brother. Let me say this real quick. First of all, man, if you're gonna take the debate topic, if you're gonna take the debate topic, that's perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. The only thing I'll tell you, if we do have the debate, my debate is really not based on the biblical text.
Oh, well, that's great.
It's really not based on the biblical text. The only thing I would have to extrapolate from the biblical text in my particular debate is just the 2 things you mentioned. When it talks about was Moses learning all the way to the Egyptians, you brought that one up. And the second one would be, the most important one would be Exodus chapter 20, where the 10 commandments of the Decalogue is actually mentioned. Outside of that, I won't even have to extrapolate my argument from the biblical narrative, right? Okay. I think that's where most people, and to be honest, have had some success in debating in the biblical narrative, but I think it is unfair to those who don't follow the biblical narrative. So to have an even playing field in this actual debate, I've actually constructed it to actually be able to have the discussion outside of that. And so we could deal with it that way. And before I jump off live, I may just get into a little bit of what I've had, because we do have a lot of people in here who actually want to actually talk about it. So I
tell you on that note, brother, I accept, and I can tell this is going to be a good debate. You sound like an intellectual brother. You sound like, you know what I mean? This sound like it's going to be a real good one. So I accept that, JJ.
Okay, when? Next week?
Yep.
How many days you need? Next week?
Yep. Saturday or Sunday.
Saturday.
It don't matter either way.
Well, Sunday's
Okay.
it's good for
Well,
you.
it can't be. It's Saturday. It can't be in between 11:30 and 12:30. Anytime after or before that is good.
Yeah, I got to give you guys a time next week. Like I said, this week was my best week because of the way I schedule my business out. But I will get to you guys to see if I can block out some time. It's not going to take that long. But I just want to get to what the other brother was saying, what the brother Kansu was saying too about the Egyptians. That is also the paradigm that I teach from when I studied the biblical text, that the native Egyptians actually were more of a assist or more of a, as he put it, I won't say saving grace, but I do think that people are misguided in their understanding in the biblical narratives when it talks about the Egyptians and how they oppress the Israelites according to the biblical narrative. I made this statement before and showed this information before, that when it talks about the Egyptians, it only talks about the people that were in rule at that particular time. Those people were not the native Egyptians. These people were actually a part of those Hyksos or the Hykakasu tribe that actually came into Kemet. Those were the actually oppressors of the biblical narrative. They are referred to as Egyptians because they're living in the land, right? They're cultural appropriators, but these are not the native Egyptians. The brother's absolutely correct that we could go through the Bible and see that anytime Israel needs military assistance or they need anything like that, the first place they go to, or safety, the first place they go to is down in ancient Kemet, right? Is down in ancient Egypt. So I agree with the brother on that point of view. I think a lot of people need to get that narrative correct when they talk about their disdain for the Egyptians. The biblical narrative is not talking about the native Egyptians. It's only talking about those people who came in between the 12th and 17th dynastic period.
Right. That's true.
That's
true.
Brother Yarah, I'm glad you said that, because that's what I've been telling our family the whole while. That it was that's why it said a Pharaoh that Joseph didn't know. It started during that time.
Right.
And
That's true. Let me see if I understand this correctly. So you saying that the ruling Egyptians during the time of Moses was the Hyksos?
Yeah, they were not. Yeah, they were not the native people of Kemet.
Yep.
That enslaved.
They were actually ruling dynasties.
The Pharaoh that enslaved Israel was not native. Was not a native commission. It was a Hyksos king. Right.
And I'm gonna tell you who
Exodus
they were.
1 was a Hyksos king.
I'm gonna tell you who
Potiphar.
Potiphar.
What was his name? Who is this Pharaoh you talking about? What's his name?
No, Potiphar was in charge when Joseph came in.
That's right. The one after him.
They was enslaved. Moses' father was born enslaved.
So who is the Pharaoh?
Let me speak to the brother. Let me speak to the brother's question real quick. He's asking who's the Pharaoh at the time of the Exodus.
Yes,
because of the chronology I go with, there are 3 chronologies that are usually put out there: high, middle, and low chronology. I don't go with the low chronology, which puts the Exodus around circa 1200 BCE. I don't go with the high chronology that puts it around 1650 BCE. So I go with the chronology that puts it around 1446.
Right.
1447.
I say 1450.
Yeah, 1450. I say 1450 to 1446, 1447 BCE. That's the chronology that I deal with when I'm talking.
And it was during the time of the Moses.
Yes, and so
that's where Moses gets his name.
Yeah, so I deal with to me it's either Thutmose the third,
right?
It's either Thutmose the third or his son.
But Thutmose was not a Hyksos, my brother.
Or his son. Well,
Thutmose was not a Hyksos ruler.
But this is
what
that
right now.
This is what
you better go pull up the dynastic list.
Only thing I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Only thing I know is that head shape of them Tutmosis, them Akmoses,
Don't
their
even do
head
that. Don't
shape,
even do that.
their
Elder.
body shape
Don't do
are
that.
totally different than the normal Egyptians. They don't find that among no other period other
Apostle,
than that period.
that
So
sound like that
I'm gonna
pseudo
tell you,
judo.
they got the remains. They know what that dude's body looked like.
All
And
right.
that dude's body was not normal.
Okay.
Neither
I
was
don't want the
King
brother. I
Tut,
don't want the.
the
I don't want the
boy
brother.
king, the boy king, because it was so much incest of them marrying their sisters and all that shit crippled them people. They had the same shaped head. They had the same shaped body. The men were shaped like women. If you get me right, you're right. They were not me. I think the niggas were aliens, but that's okay. I'm not gonna. I think them
Apostle, you
niggas was
playing
aliens,
pseudo
but
judo,
look,
man.
okay,
Yeah.
they were not normal people, and their remains bear it out.
But
Now,
Y'all say what you want to
let me
say.
share this
Ain't
right here
nobody
real
had
quick,
no
man.
head like them people, man.
Let me share this. Let me share this
he's
real
talking
quick.
about the Amarna dynasty.
Hold
That's
up,
what he's
country.
talking about the children of
Give
Akhenaten.
me a little ring real quick,
I know,
brother.
but
Hold up
go,
real quick.
go ahead, my brother.
So I want to say this to our family. A lot of our people don't know, because I don't honor none of the chronology. I'm gonna be honest with you with the European, because I got over here. I'm gonna tell you why. Over here in my side, I have 5 different dates for the beginning of Kemet. So that let me know something ain't right. Some of them 1,000 years off, some are 100 years off, some 200 years off. All of them can't be right. But what I will say is I know where it comes from, because prior to the chronology that was given under the Gregorian calendar, everything was being demonstrated according to the Indus Kushite Valley calendar. And this was changed by what we call Indologists. And you look at the Indologist movement, there was European that went into India.
That's correct.
And they went and changed the time frame. And then they started with 3100 BC. When opposed to that, they were dealing with cycles that coincide more with the Enoch calendar, so to speak, the 360-year cycles. Just like the Hindu calendar, Sumerian calendar, all of them were based on cycle ages. That's why you'll hear us say we measure time by cycle ages in my paradigm. So when you get into the cycle ages, you're not referring to a particular time period per se, but you're dealing with the event. What was the major event that caused the paradigm shift?
You get that word, the
from
E5. You're getting into the E5, which is not a 24-hour cycle.
Right. It
When
go
you start the
beyond
E5, when you
that.
start talking, ain't no 20. And when God created, ain't no 7-day, 24-hour period.
Right. It's epochs. That's right.
That's right.
And you're dealing with time periods, extensive time periods in cycles. That can be 25,000 to 50,000.
Right.
And if we understand that, then we can see how that fit in line with even scientific calculations of time. Because scientific time, they'll tell you what the oldest man, some scientists will say, well, this is 350,000 years ago. Some people say that, some people will say 1,000,000 years. Whatever the case may be, when you get into that type of time frame, it matches as opposed to that 3100 BC starting foolery that they came up with. So that's why I don't honor that. But what I will say is this: the information, that was given, there's a measure dealing with this concept of the Hyksos that we also have to know, because they were known under another name before they became known as Hyksos. But when we say Hyksos wasn't just a pale-skinned people, neither.
No,
because anybody that was considered foreign to Kemet, whether they just say they were Sumerian, let's just say they came from Central Africa, wherever they might have came from, if they wasn't part of Kemet, they would call them foreign rulers. But then Hyksos came to be a name that stuck with those people that came between the period YAHRAH was referring to, the ones that last according to the history that they give in that dynastic period going into the 17th. Most of the case, guess who they were worshiping? They were worshiping Apophis.
That's right.
They were worshiping the crocodile deities. All of that type of, this how and they were worshiping the serpents. those who have been considered enemies of Ra. We know there was a measure dealing with the serpent as it did with the cobra coming out of the Uranus, but that's different. We're talking about the one that started worshiping the reptilian deities, family.
Right.
This was Hyksos,
That's
that was
correct.
doing this.
Right.
And so, and I'm talking about the one that came outside of the Afrocentric, the one that come out of the north that are synonymous with the word Hikakasut, which is where the word Caucasus actually has its root coming from. And why they came out from that particular region that's called the north, but it's called Lower Egypt on the map, but it's the north, coming out of that cold region. It was an admixture that went on there. Now we know in Upper Egypt, Tasseti, when you're dealing with that area, that's where they say, well, Kemet was found. So they saying the Sudan, the Nubians, these were the people in that area, that actually established the culture. And then it went into what they call Lower Kemet. And this is where all these other people came, and they'll say around 3100 BC. This is when Mina supposedly united Lower and Upper Kemet, let everybody in, and this is how it became infiltrated. It wasn't something that happened like bam. It was a gradual process. So prior to them being known as Hyksos, they were also called Amu. And if you look up Amu and study Amu, the Amu were called the original troglodyte nigger. Now we know that wasn't our people. So when you talk about them, they were around during the time of Joseph. So when you evolve from that state of the Amu who came in, which also came to be a name known as Asiatic. Even the term Asiatic was.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, Asiatic wasn't dealing with just one people though. That was a term that was also referring to different people that came from outside of Kemet. It didn't have
So let me ask you this, Commission, because
go ahead.
But the chronology that I'm using is not coming from any person's book. Okay. I'm gonna be using the actual text,
right?
The meta chronology, how they recorded their own chronology.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. The time period,
right,
is based on ancient Egyptians recorded everything. So in order to find out information historically about these other people, you got to go to the ancient Egyptians because the Hyksos had no written records. They didn't have nothing. They didn't come into Egypt with books, with writing. You know what I'm saying? They learned that stuff while they was in Egypt. Prior to that, they were wandering, nomad, vagabond type of people. And so my point, but I'm glad the brother cleared that up, that he was gonna not necessarily use too much. I ain't saying you can't use nothing from the Bible. I ain't saying ain't no truth in the Bible. I'm not saying any of that. But what I'm saying is my approach is going to be predominantly historical, and I'm going to be dealing with the actual language. And I'm going to show the script. I'm going to show the pictures from the scenes in Kemet and all of that. That's what I'm going to be using. Right. And being that we're dealing particularly with the Ten Commandments and the precepts of MAAT, right? The influence, what you have to understand is when you're dealing with that time period, you're dealing with a lot of people that are coming in, and Egypt is influencing them culturally, because at that time the Egyptians was at the peak of, they was a powerhouse. They was at the peak of knowledge, wisdom. People come there to learn, to study and stuff like that. So these influences not only are in some of the religious or cultural precepts of the Hebrew Israelite people at that time or later, it's also in the language.
Of course.
So that's going to be my approach.
That's right. With that. Now, I want to say something on that, Khonshu, and deal with it. What's important is what the brother YAHRAH has pointed out, as well, because, the reason, what I was just explaining, once we understand this, now we understand who it is and how the conflict come. And this is the bridge that I've been talking about for years. Once we see that right there, we understand, okay, so now we know who the real enemy was. Ain't no reason that Israelites and Kemetic should be beefing with each other.
That's a fact.
Me? And so once we understand that, okay, now both civilizations can begin to build. Both civilizations can begin to benefit from each other as they did in the beginning, because Isaiah 19 explained it all, bro. It talk about how the Egyptians was going to be in their heights of glory, They was going to basically end up being enslaved, but they wasn't enslaved by themselves. The Israelites was among them and the Assyrians. So who were these people that was enslaving the Egyptians, the Israelites, and the Assyrians at the same time? And it say the Most High allowed this happen. It had to be somebody that was foreign, because it even said, he said that he was going to allow a cruel ruler to come in there. He said the men that were once wise, he said he's going to be asking the question, where's your wise men now of On? Where they at now? And then he said after all of this smiting Kemet, chastising them, he said he was going to heal them. You know, it even talk about the pyramid being there, you know, 2 altars being in the midst, and the Egyptians were going to vie and keep it with the Most High. And them, the Egyptians, Israelites, and Assyrians would come out together as one in unity under that union. That's basically what it's saying. And it also said that 5 nations will speak the language of Canaan, which would actually deal with the actual language that was originated to come up out of that area, which was found in the Lachish text. Also, you know, your Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite. So this is the full development of what they call Proto-Canaanite. You know, our Paleo-Hebrew, some people deal with one side of, because one was pictorial and the other one was actually alphabetical. You see? And when you look at them from that aspect, people don't know during Joseph's time. Now, when you go back during that time, Joseph was more respected because he was able to look at the spiritual meaning of symbolism. So he wasn't dealing with the full aspect of what became later on in the development during the time where Moses took forth, and he was dealing with the actual language of Israel, you know, and the language on the tablets. So once we're able to put those things out there, we can understand the difference between the two. Because Joseph was able to understand things symbolic, and that's what gave him authority in the eyes of Pharaoh. Pharaoh gave him a signet ring, he gave him a necklace, and he put him in authority over his
second in charge under Pharaoh.
Yeah, because he basically was able to decipher symbolism.
Right.
You see, which ain't got nothing to do with alphabetical. He was a master of what we call a hierophant. You see what I'm saying? And Moses was learned in the ways of Egypt, so quite naturally he got to know the language. You know, he can understand it. And so that's why if you go into Sinai today, which they call it now Sarabat el-Qadim, you see tablets, bro, still there today that have this written on. This ain't in Kemet now. This is in, you know, in Sinai, in the Sinai Peninsula. Tablets with this stuff written on it. So, I mean, if that ain't evidence enough for archaeology, you know, then our people ain't looking hard enough. I just
what exactly are you saying is evidence of?
It's evidence that that particular culture had crossed over from Kemet into that region. Because how else would those tablets that's still there today, I can show you pictures of them right now. Type in Sarabat el-Qadim, and you will see tablets, bro, with Medu Neter, the same region where they say they found Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite. Not in Kemet, but in Sinai. That's proof that a culture had to cross over with that knowledge into that area. And that's why you see.
So you saying that the Israelites already had the knowledge before they got into Kemet?
No, I'm not saying they had the knowledge. What I'm saying is that the Exodus that you're talking about, when they left, they took with them their influences into that particular region. That's why they even had the temple.
Okay, gotcha.
That's why they even had the temple. Remember in the biblical texts say they came down and they were worshiping the calf when Moses went up there? Because the temple of Denver was right there in the same area.
Right, Hathor.
Yeah, Hathor. It's right there. And so it makes sense that they would have been dealing with this same type of worship because that's what was there. And we can see evidence of it there today. Like I say, tablets still out the ground, some of them turned over, and they actually have Medu Neter inscriptions on them. You know, but you know, this is also where they find Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite. And I've thoroughly, and what proof of existence also is that a lot of the lapis lazuli, if you know the different seals they have with Hezekiah, Yakabhar, Yakabel, Yakba, all of those names being in that same area where they were mining turquoise. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of that has to do with the connection, and it date back to that time. You know, so my thing is there more in common than uncommon, and not only Israel, but every nation has taken something from Kemet. Every nation has. It ain't just Israel. Every nation has taken something from Kemet. That's what I stand on, and I can prove it. I can prove that,
I agree with
you
that.
know, even what they call like us, we deal with the circle. I can prove that that is dealing with stuff that come from Kemet indirectly, you know, because I have the documents to prove it. But I can also
Let me ask you. This is
that,
the. Does anybody want to say anything real quick?
go ahead.
Let me ask you this, Commission. Are you familiar with divination to any aspect?
Oh yeah, very much, very well. I don't like to get involved. I ain't gonna say I don't get involved with whatever the case. I don't do that. But like I'll give you a prime example with Nimbus. I was getting into some of that aspect, and I seen some things, and I felt like it wasn't meant for me to see that. So
Yeah,
I don't want
you
to
can
put
use
myself.
scripture. You
I
can
don't want
use
to put my.
scripture and
You can do
divination.
it too with scripture, but I don't want to put
Right.
myself in a position where I'm looking at things, bro, that make me feel like I shouldn't look at it. Because if I can't look at it and tell you about it, meaning that I shouldn't be, I can tell you about it, but if it's known that I shouldn't be divulging certain things to people about that, because that's something dealing with futurity that we don't supposed to have no knowledge of, I stay away from it. But yes, I have looked into certain things, seen certain things come to pass. After looking into it, I said, nope, it ain't my
I tell
business.
you right now, you shouldn't be messing with nothing you don't fully
That's
understand.
basically what it boiled down to, is that that's for prophets to do. I ain't no
Right,
prophet.
right.
So I ain't finna delve into that. Even though I'm telling you, I looked and seen some things, worked the numbers, and it came to pass, bro. And I took my hands off it. Now, some people foolishly will get involved with that type of stuff. They'll try to act like they gonna tell the future and show this and show that. And you end up getting involved with certain things, and there are demonic beings that can begin to influence the narrative, you know, because you don't supposed
Right.
to be
Yeah.
revealing that type of
And
stuff.
also, it
You see?
you got to understand too. Like a lot of these things are passed on from a priestly class
That's
who
right.
dedicate their entire lives
That's
to
right.
this. Meaning that we're not talking about basic or any simplistic, for lack of a
Numerology.
better word, magic. We
Yeah,
talking about something where you got to dedicate your whole life to.
Right.
that's right.
Yeah.
Like you
Absolutely.
said, you are
And if
dealing with
you
higher principalities, and you are dealing with your own psychosis
if
And
at
you
the end of
if
it,
and
you
right?
another thing is people can have a lot of knowledge about it, but still at the same time be still overtook because that power
yep,
is so real,
yep,
it would overtake you.
yep,
And the
It's not
thing is,
designed
it
for
will
one
corrupt
person,
you.
right? Yeah,
any
It
peak,
will corrupt you because I
any
know
peak.
my grandfather started a good man. I know he was a good man.
can't be contained by one
But
person. Is
I
Any
basically
know
what he's
when he
saying.
died, I know by the time he died, he was corrupt.
yeah,
The
any
power
peak of
corrupted him.
weakness, apostle, any peak of weakness, and you may not know is there. You might think you pure, but any peak of weakness is what allow that spirit to come in and devour you. And
When
you'll
you
be
Now
find
able to
let me.
get
women,
people under
when you
control.
find women at the age of 14 getting married because they trying to get away from that shit, they trying to get out of the house, they just want to get away. My mother got married at 14, her sister got married at 14, the other one got married at 15 because of where they were raised. They wanted to get away from that. They seen things even at that age that they shouldn't have saw.
And
Fact.
Commission, I want to say that was very humble of you to admit that.
Oh
You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you
Okay.
when
The
I
reason
came
the
across.
reason I asked that is because this is an interesting topic that I actually been doing some heavy research on. I am actually in training to be a priest. Uh, and like you said, it takes years and years and all that.
It ain't nothing to
Anywho,
play with. It ain't
yeah,
nothing
right.
to play with.
Right.
I'm gonna say
Now,
it
there
like
is
that.
evidence. Do you know that there is evidence of the ancient Moors
Yes, sir.
that practiced divination? I'm talking about before the Moors went to Spain. I'm talking about
Yeah.
the ancient Moors.
Before Islam. Yes, sir.
Right. The
But
pre-Islamic Moors.
yeah, yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that, but one has to be trained into that.
Absolutely.
You know when your calling is that. Me personally,
Right, right.
like
Yeah, yeah.
I read certain books, like it's certain books when I came to them, and y'all probably read them, but when I seen, you know, and commission read it, y'all know I read everything. But when I came across the 6 and 7 books of Moses, brother, and the lesser key of Solomon, and it said in there, if you ain't pure,
Mhm.
you know, put this book down and all that right there. I put the book down, not because I didn't feel I was pure, right?
Yeah.
But I said I already knew that this is not, to me, that was not of, you know what they saying. They tried to say this belonged to Solomon or Moses, but it's certain things being put out there as a sham, family. But you got to remember, Moses had certain seals that the Most High gave to him alone. Solomon had seals that was given to him alone. Both the Bible and the Quran refer to it. You know, Solomon was able to control 72 jinns. They was billing for it. But I'm saying is nobody just has open opportunity to get that knowledge. Like I said, if that is passed down, it left with the prophets, or if you got priesthood that deal with that measure, they very careful with that insight. A lot of Sufism deal with that.
Right.
When you deal with the esoteric world, period, bro, you talking about Kabbalah, you talking about Sufism, you talking about Christian monkism, you know, all that type of stuff, that is beyond religious doctrine. But
And I want to say this too. We are naturally curious people, right? We believe that we have the capacity to, you know, read these things and understand it because we're very curious. And we think we can handle it and contain it.
Yep.
But that right there is a sense of pride that could lead you to your doom.
Your doom.
But certain things are not designed specifically for you, like Commission is saying. Certain things are designed for people who have trained their entire lives in order to understand it. So
that's right.
Well, let me say
y'all
this.
Seen what happened to brother Khonshu and brother Aborigine? Y'all seen people don't talk about it. They praise Aleister Crowley all the time, but they don't talk about the end of Aleister Crowley.
Right.
Yeah,
You know
what I'm talking about specifically. What I'm talking about is more specifically like African or based divination, Isheshe tradition and stuff. And now in African tradition, which of course originated in ancient Kemet, Nubia, along the Nile River Valley.
Right.
You have initiatory divination, meaning you can't learn certain things unless you are initiated. But you do have a non-initiatory or entry-level form of divination called OB divination, which is where you communicate with what the Yorubans call the Ori Inu, or the higher head, or your etheric being, your higher oversoul, which is literally a divinity that dwells within your head region.
Yep.
Or you're tapping into the Akashic record. You tapping into your own
I've done it,
past lives and stuff like this. Now this
you
form,
I've done it as well. And
now this particular form called Obi Abata is you don't have to be initiated. The reason you don't have to be initiated is through Obi Abata, you're not communicating with no foreign spirit. You're not communicating with no alien, nothing. You are simply trying to tap into the seat of your destiny, or that crown that you're raised, and align your Ori Inu, your inner head, with your Ori Ade, with your physical head. You see what I'm saying? So you're trying to get your spirit, soul, body, and ba all balanced. And divination can be a useful tool for a non-initiatory level to do that. But this is African, this is more African centered.
Khonshu, I was called, without trying to do it. And my higher medium was speaking, right, in my voice.
Right.
It's 30 years ago, right? And this is when I was trying to deal with them books, and I put those books to the side, right? And I was getting into some comedic drawings, dealing with the beginning, the new, because I always studied the beginning. So if y'all hear Commission always talking about Altum and, the Netaru, I always studied that, never shied away from it. So I went into a trance. I'm going to tell you what did it. I was laying on my back. For anybody that want to do it, go into their high medium, I laid on my back because unconsciously, when you focus on that book that you're reading, little do you know it, your breathing starts to slow down. This is what people are practicing trying to do, control the breath form. And so what happened is I actually entered into that special realm. Now, my voice was the voice speaking, right? However, I understood that in that consciousness, it was way greater than anything that I could have ever known on the plane of what we at now. And it started speaking about the creation, right? This is my voice speaking from a higher state and talking about how everything came into existence. Literally at that point, I knew how everything was created. This is just peeking into the records. I'm just peeking in, and the knowledge was so vast, bro. When I came back to this form, that's what made me know that I know a little. And that's what humbled me way back then. I say, man, if I can get up there and know that right there and be in that state all the time, I ain't got to read no books. And I'm gonna tell you what else happened in the same vein. Probably about a few weeks later, I was laid back again. I was reading, and it was like a state where I went into a state of say subconscious but conscious type of measure with the book in my hand. And somebody come and pulled the book out of my hand, and I came back, but I literally entered the mind of the author that wrote the book that I was reading, family. But I didn't try to do this. That's how deep it get though with this information. Now, people who think only on what they see, they can't deal with but what they see in front of materialism, they'll never reach this special state. You know, but this is why they have schools like this where people teach this. You know, they guru, but I had never strove for that. I never strove to try to do that. But I know, and that's what made me believe more in prophets and divine men, though. Because I say if the Most High can, or divinity or consciousness can be showed to me in that way, and I'm just an old little, cat just coming into this, I know that there had to be people on a purer state that had to have more revealed to them. And that's what made me firmer in belief in something beyond this realm. Didn't have nothing to do with the books I read. It had to do with those experiences. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, it could definitely be a humbling experience knowing that even grasping just a small percentage of it and the level, for me personally, I could only imagine what would have happened if I, dwelled deeper in there. For sure, I knew I would have came out of that experience either schizophrenic or my mind fragmented in a way where I wouldn't be able to um, be who I am today. So it's definitely something. If you're gonna go into it, you have to understand that it's a very, very powerful thing. And if you haven't been dedicating your life to it, it could
It's
definitely
dangerous.
consume you.
It's dangerous. Some people can literally spontaneous combust for real. I'm talking about literally if they ain't careful. You know when they say Moses was
I
sitting
seen
there?
it on TV.
That's right. You know when they
Yeah.
say Moses was sitting there and it said that the angels was fighting over his body, the angel and the devil. The only reason that could happen is because Moses was a mastermind. But if Moses hadn't been a mastermind and learned in what he was learned through, that evil spirit could have hijacked Moses' body. And that angel that he had there was his conscious self that was standing in defense, that wasn't his will. That's all the angel, that's that will and that thought that wouldn't allow that to happen. But if you a Negro and you just full of hell and you go out there playing with that realm, you mess around and won't get right to your body.
So
And
there's
you mess
there's
around, something else get
there's
your body. You
there's
feel me?
there's I'm just asking for clarity.
Go ahead, brother.
So you guys, everybody on this call is under the impression that the biblical narrative and the people like Moses and Abraham and all of them, y'all are under the same belief that those individuals were real people.
Yes, they
And
are.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
they are, brother.
Yeah.
They
Uh,
are.
No,
They are.
no. I was
this is
saying
how you
yes,
gotta look
y'all
at
are
it.
under that impression.
They
What
are.
Levi said.
But hold on,
Just like Osiris is also real and Heru.
all
And the
right, well,
problem is
the
people
reason
say
why
they're not. I'm
but
gonna show
the
you.
reason why
here's how you can look
hold
at
on
it. Here's the
I'm gonna
perspective
show
you
you
can look at
something,
it.
brother Mutawa. Hold up,
stay still.
Mutawa.
Can
I'm
I'm
gonna let
just
you
hold on,
speak. Hold up.
good
I'm gonna
brother,
let you speak.
hold on,
Let me
good brother.
land this before I say it, cause so you won't
I
get a
was
chance to
silent for a
push.
long time, brother.
Hold up. I'm finna let you
I'm just
speak,
trying to get
Mutawa.
clarity.
I'm finna let you speak, Mutawa. Listen, I'm
That's
just
it. So
saying
that's
this.
the clarity right there. We
I'm
all say
saying
yeah.
this. I'm saying this, and I'm gonna let you speak. And I said that to say this because Heru and Alsar and Alset represent a post. They don't really represent individuals. They represent states of being. So when one ruler died, and he had a seed. His seed was Heru, but that seed became Asar. And if he had a seed, his seed becomes Heru. So these are stations more than just dealing with people. So the
Right,
goddess
right.
that was married to the man would have been Offset. So this is how they physically exist. The physical Pharaoh represented Asar. His
Just like
son
Caesar.
represented Heru. These are stations and not
Right,
birth.
right.
But
Caesar,
that's
yeah.
that
That's
that
all I
that
wanted to
that
say,
was
brother.
that was a that. Thank you for giving me that information, but that was a goalpost for my question. My literal question was find out if the people on this call are under the impression that those individuals, the Moses, the Abraham, and all of them, that they were literal people. Thank you, baby.
Yeah.
I said,
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I
They
believe.
were.
yeah,
They
okay.
were.
Yeah.
Right.
They
The
were.
reason why I asked that is when we say that Moses wrote the first five books, the Torah, and we put a chronology as to when Moses existed. We also have to understand that we don't see the agreed upon date of Moses is somewhere around 1600, 1700,
Hold
1400
on. When you say we put the
BCE.
date,
You
who is
see
the
how
What
we?
you see how
listen
he
at what
had to say all them different dates and he
listen
just
at
Right.
what I'm
chose
saying.
this one?
Listen at what
That's
I
why I
mean.
don't
This
deal
is
with that
okay.
chronology you talking
Listen
about,
at what I'm
brother.
saying. Whether you adhere to the chronology or not, when you finish hearing what I'm saying, it's not going to make a huge difference whether it was 14, 15, or 16. It's not going to make a huge difference
But
because
can you at least
because the
admit that the
because the
spirit
Let him
of those
finish. Let him
individuals?
finish.
but because the I'm not attacking you guys. I'm just trying to get clarity. I'm saying that we know, or it is the academic consensus, that what we know as Exodus, what we know as these stories, weren't written until 400, 500, maybe 600 BCE. So that means we have as much as a
Somebody got
1200
something in
year.
the background.
Yeah, we have as much as a 1200-year gap to as little as a 500-year gap from the time of Moses into the time of these writings. And I think it's extremely intellectually dishonest to say that 500 years to 1,000 years later, that the memory of these people would be so accurate as to assume that what's written in the Exodus narrative or in any of
Apostle,
the
mute
the
your mic,
Torah
Apostle.
or in any of the Torah
Yeah.
narrative
I don't. Oh,
or any of the Torah narrative could be taken as being literal. I think that's extremely academically disingenuous, and I think that you guys are filling in a whole lot of your own opinion strictly based on the religious text. And I don't think that's fair to yourselves intellectually. And I
That's right.
don't think that's fair to the people listening to you academically. And I
oh,
land the plane.
But
okay. Let me
that's
say
your
this. Let me
opinion.
say
Wow.
this real quick. Let me say
That's
But
your
this real quick.
belief in.
Let me
yeah,
say this real
go
quick.
ahead, Apostle.
Your dating that you use, if I believe that was true, that the writings of Moses was 500 years late, I don't believe that. I believe the writings of Moses could be dated to uh, uh, at least 1200 BC, as early as 1200 BC, not 400 or 500 years later.
Well,
So,
where's
so what I'm saying is, if Moses wrote them, they wasn't written 400 years after he lived. It's an impossibility. If Moses wrote it, that it was written 500 years after he lived. That doesn't make any sense. And I
Right.
believe that Moses wrote the Torah
Right.
as
So
much
you
as
believe you
Joshua wrote the book of Joshua.
so you believe a physical Moses wrote the physical Torah, and as much as 1,200 years later.
But the question
You
is,
said
why don't you
1,200
believe
years
it?
later.
Well,
Who's saying it was 1,200 years later?
I'm
That
saying
would be
that.
impossible.
Okay,
That
so
would be
we agree with
impossible
that.
if
That we
Moses
agree.
wrote it, that it was
That
written 1,200 years after he existed.
okay. So
Okay, so
I'm
now
just
that
getting.
y'all
I'm just.
agree, brother Mudawa, let me ask you
Right.
this question. You believe
Yes, sir.
Pharaoh Ramesses existed?
Which Ramesses?
The third.
Either
But
one of them.
The third to be specific.
just
The third
just
to
for
be
the sake of
specific.
argument,
The third.
yes.
Ramesses the
Just for the
third.
sake, brother, can I answer your question?
Go ahead.
For the
I
sake
just
of
want to make sure
argument,
you
just
have.
for the sake of argument, brother. Yes, I do.
Okay, I descended from his lineage according to my DNA.
No, according
No, I'm saying they say I share paternal DNA with Ramesses the third. That's what it say in my DNA, right?
Well, they say Queen Elizabeth got
So
the
I'm saying
DNA
that.
of Adnan.
I'm saying that, brother Mudawa. So that means. So check this out. That means that I would be a primary evidence of that existence based upon my connection to that, right?
No, that's not what that means. That means you don't
How?
understand.
If they
That means
telling you that
can
I
you
share the
ask a
DNA
question?
with him,
You ask a question. Can I
go ahead.
answer the question, bro?
Make it make sense now.
You having a Y chromosome marker that's consistent with the Y chromosome marker of Ramesses III does not mean you're a
It wasn't Y
descendant of.
chromosome, brother. Not mine. It's L3.
Okay.
L3H, brother, not Y
You
chromosome. I
having
just
you
wanted to
having
correct you
a
on that. Go ahead.
you having a mitochondrial marker consistent with Ramesses' mitochondrial marker
I
does
got
not make you a
L3E5
direct
on my mother's side.
right, does not make you a direct
And
descendant of
personally,
these
I don't
people.
believe in any of that DNA stuff. I'm just being
Right, but
real with you.
okay, and I understand, you have a right to not believe in DNA,
I
and
said
I
that to
won't.
Mudawa because I know he honor DNA, y'all,
Right,
by the
right,
way.
Yeah.
right, and if you
I
to
mean, I got
anyone,
L3E5
right,
on
what
my
I'm
in
saying
my
is,
DNA.
Right, I
yeah,
got
you don't.
EM. It's
Right,
EM
we
is what
understand.
it
I got
is,
I
not
got
Y.
IM
Right,
Right.
26.
And I'm
right.
just correcting Mudawa because he was speaking of the Y, which we know Y go back the furthest, but it's a connection there. But I'm
Right.
just giving him the
The
correct
reason why I
information.
asked this question is because sometimes sometimes a, a lot of people that adhere to the biblical narrative,
Well, the bigger
they'll
question is, why don't you believe in Moses? Let
the
me
That's
start right
what we're
there.
getting at, brother.
right. Okay. Well, to briefly answer your
And what is
question
your
is
proof to substantiate it to,
the
Mudawa? Show it to
to
us.
briefly answer your question as to why I don't believe in Moses is because the story of the narrative is way too far fetched to be believable. One. The second thing is the lapse in the chronology from the time that the story is supposed to be written until we see the story written. There's way too much time elapsed. Now, with that in mind, it would be safe to say that this story is mythology. It would be safe to say that 1,000 years later, in order for this group of people
Hey,
to make their
Mudawa, real quick, Mudawa,
yes,
Kareem,
sir.
somebody trying to get on from the back. They're in the back waiting. They just called me. I think it's Rafia. Rafia. He want to
Right.
address something. Go ahead.
Right.
Mudawa, wouldn't it be safe to say, though, good brother, that that's according to your perception? Because if you can't, it's nothing wrong with rebutting something, right? But you got to produce something that sounds so that we can see it. See, you
Right.
can have that opinion, right, and feel
Right.
strong
My
in it.
my
But can you
opinion,
present this information to the panel right now and show
my
us
my op-
proof of it?
my opinion is based on the body of the scientific evidence about the narrative.
Can you produce
There
that,
is
though, is what I'm asking, good brother.
listen to me carefully, brother. We're just having an open discussion.
Yeah, we are,
This
but
ain't a
I'm saying,
debate.
but can you
This ain't
produce it,
this
though?
ain't listen to me,
I'm
brother.
trying to
Listen to me.
listen to you, but I'm asking, can you produce what you're saying?
Hold, listen to me. Somebody's playing music in the background, and can you please mute yourself? Whoever's playing music in the background, mute yourself. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, the reason I'm
I
not
thought I wasn't on, bro.
That's why. Yeah, Rafia. He just got on the panel. Okay.
right,
Give
right,
me your mic,
but
family.
yeah, but
Ready to rip you.
You
right,
got to mute
okay.
your mic, though.
Well, you're more than welcome to
Fine, you
try
got
as soon
off
as I
easy
finish my
last
point,
time,
brother.
bro. Cause you know I would have lit your ass up if you would have had
I,
that
I
debate.
I'm not sure who you're speaking to, brother, but I wasn't
Not you,
finishing
not
my
you.
point.
Hey, hold on. Look. We gotta have respect.
You gotta be quick though. You can't be too long drawn out,
Brother,
family.
I literally sat on this phone for 45 minutes
You
and let
ain't
y'all
lying, boy. Kamisha,
and
you
let y'all
long-winded, boy. You the most long-winded.
yeah
Now,
and let
actually,
y'all
y'all spoken. I had been sitting here the whole
and
while listening to
I
y'all.
Kamishi
literally
kind of longer than me, man.
Trust me.
But
yeah
that's okay.
I've been
I
sitting here
That's my
listening
literally
to
brother.
all
I
y'all the whole
Y'all
while.
leave
Anybody
Kamishi
but
up here
alone.
can tell
Okay, but
y'all.
everybody don't have to
It's
come
not that he long
please.
winded. It's that we know what he about to say, so we like just like speed
Please,
it
okay.
along because we already know
right
what he's doing.
and whoever just said that, that's the crux of the situation. The brothers know that I'm going to say something that goes against their worldview, so they don't really want to hear it, and that's completely understandable. But that's one of the things that we have to get past as black men in the community. We can't speak to each other in a vacuum. We can't speak to each other in a silo. We have to listen to other people's views, even if those views go against our views, and we have to be respectful of them. That's the only way we're going to move forward. Now, unless you want to be dogmatic in your understanding, unless you want to sit around and have what they call a circle jerk, I don't have a problem with that. I'll
See, you
excuse
still
myself.
ain't answered the
So,
question yet,
But
Movie. That's what I'm saying,
to
man. I hear
answer
you go
what
to
makes
on
you
and
answer
think
on
we
and
haven't
to
looked at the
to
atheistic perspective?
to answer your question, brother, when you're talking about where is the no evidence for Moses, listen at what you just asked me to produce. Produce no evidence for Moses.
What he's
That's what
saying
you,
is,
that's
no, no, hold on.
literally
What he's saying
that's
is
literally
there is
what
a
you asked me to
preponderance
do.
of evidence that he exists. So for you to say he
There
doesn't
is
exist, you're
there
gonna
is
have to
no
show us that he
there is
doesn't exist.
there
that's
is
what he asking.
literally no extra biblical evidence that could corroborate the existence of any of the biblical patriarchs.
He wrong,
That's why
Movie.
every person in academia, when they start having these subjects, they preface it with these few words: according to the biblical narrative, blah 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 blah.
That's
But we
false.
were speaking
That's what they
outside of the
say.
That's
biblical
false.
narrative before you
So
got here,
personally, I
Movie.
don't think that's not that's a substantial argument,
Yeah,
even
that's
if
wrong.
the Bible is the only
Now he
evidence.
running. Where he at? Oh, there
That's
you
a
go.
weak argument.
Y'all got to know who. Y'all got to understand. Like when they ask these types of questions, right? Where prove the existence of Moses, right? Or prove the existence of Abraham. Well, here's what we know historically, right? Let's back them into it, right? There are like how this is how they preference their arguments. There's the consensus of scholars say that King Hezekiah existed, right? I mean, there's not too many people who can win an argument that says he did not exist.
True.
King Hezekiah,
We know
right?
he exists. We
We
got
Facts.
know he
articles.
existed.
Right. We know
Absolutely.
that.
We also
Facts.
know that he dealt with people um, outside of the Bible, right? King Taharka. We know that they had correspondence, right? We know King Taharka. We have his boule or his signet ring from King Taharka, showing that the people of Israel or the nation of Israel that King Hezekiah was ruling over was a vassal state,
Facts.
right, to King Taharka, who we know was a Nubian pharaoh, right?
Facts.
We know this to be true. Now let's begin to ask the question. Hezekiah has to have some progenitors. He has to have people that he descended from. Let's talk about who those people are. Matter of fact, let's talk about the Amorite dynasty and King Jehu that
Facts.
we have in extra biblical sources that we found on the Tel Dan inscription. Who are these people descended from? According to historical narratives and what we even have outside of that, they tell you that these people are their progenitors, not eponymous ancestors to the degree that these people did not exist. But these people say this. You have Garfield, and I use and I've been waiting to use this on Garfield. Garfield will argue for historical Jesus, the evidence of a historical Jesus, right? That he actually existed. Well, who does he claim his ancestors were?
Hezekiah.
For you people to continue to dismiss this and say, oh, prove this, answer me this. If you're a proponent of DNA, please give me the name of your ancestors going back 5,000 years.
Facts.
Okay,
Hey, brother YAHRAH, I want to ask you a
right
question, YAHRAH. Hold up, Mudawar. Let me ask YAHRAH a question.
Bro.
YAHRAH,
Yes.
let me ask you, I'm just asking him a question. You can get it, Mudawar. Ask the average person that deal with, anthropology, that are not wanting to deal with no spiritual or religious background, right? Ask them, well, if you trace yourself to a common ancestor, then show us the proof of the existence of that common ancestor. Whether you consider him a man or ape, show him to me. If you can't prove that, then he don't exist.
Right.
Can't we do the same thing that way?
Horrible point. Now,
Can't we do the same thing that way, brother?
Horrible point.
If we're gonna try to make that point, then we got to do the same thing.
We got to do the same thing.
Horrible point. Just to what YAHRAH was saying.
I'm talking to YAHRAH. I want to hear his response.
Yeah, but y'all cut Mudawar out soon as he asked that question, man. Y'all.
No, we want to hear it.
Yeah,
y'all. No. I told him I was asking YAHRAH. I told him I was asking YAHRAH, and he trying to answer for YAHRAH. And then I told him it can go to him. I want to hear what YAHRAH said. He tried to come in before YAHRAH answered. Go ahead, YAHRAH.
Yeah, real quick. I'll be real brief. Yeah, it's a logical fallacy to try to make an argument to say that a lack of evidence is proof that Moses doesn't exist or that Abraham doesn't exist.
Facts.
When we have people who are stating historically, right, that these are their ancestors, those of you who believe in DNA, these people are going that they can't prove to you or give you a name who their ancestors were, but we know you came from somewhere. There's no way that possible you can tell me you just popped up 2,000 years ago out of the dirt somewhere. There has to be a succession of progenitors. These people are telling us who their ancestors were. And this is what I mean, even going back, this is what racism and white supremacy does, right? Especially when we come into Africa, right? They dismiss the oral traditions of the African people. They do this all the time. And so once we start reading from these Caucasian scholars who are saying, listen, these people don't exist because we can't find this or we can't find that. They're completely dismissing their oral tradition. And so we get up in arms when they do this to the African people, when they tell us Africans didn't write books and all this old type of stuff. But the moment we say the same argument, it goes on this side. Oh, well, that can't be. It has to be right. So now you're in line with the Caucasian scholars.
Here's the deal. Watch this. My great grandfather is from Britain, right? My great grandfather is from Britain. Because my great grandfather is from Britain, I'm a direct descendant of Robin Hood, and I'm a descendant of the Merry Men. And this is what we did. We had a history. That robbery case I caught 25 years ago, that was just me doing what that we did as a people. Because me being the descendant of Robin Hood, my job is to rob from the rich and give to the poor. See, my great grandfather told us the story about how we descended from the great Robin Hood. Robin Hood was a black man, by the way, just so y'all know. Now, does anybody on this call believe what I just said?
Let me answer.
That's what they sound like too.
Let me answer, please. Let me answer, please.
These niggas playing pseudo judo tonight.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. That's another poor argument. Can I speak?
Does anybody on this line?
I'm gonna answer.
I need answers. I'm gonna go down the
line.
I'm about to answer you right now. I'm about to answer you right now, Mudawar. That's why that's a very horrible argument, and you should never use it again. The reason why you can't make that claim is because we know for a fact that there is a man that wrote the book called Robin Hood or the thieves of Nottingham, that he created that character. He's on record stating he created that character. Show me anywhere in history that any one of the biblical prophets or any one of the writers of the Bible claimed to have created a work of fiction. Show us that evidence.
That is a monomaniac logical fallacy that man demonstrated.
What you just did. I gotta address that. I wasn't done, brother. I wasn't done. I need 20 seconds. I need 20 seconds, brother.
Well, we know New York is a real place. We know New York was a real place, but Spider-Man lived in New York, so that's just how the biblical narrative goes. Let me tell you why that argument is ignorant and false. Because we know for a fact we have Stan Lee that tells us on record, on video, in his own hand, by his own tongue, that says he created a fictional character. Please show us the work.
Please stop. Please stop.
People that wrote these books, they created characters. You can't do it. You'll never be able to do it. Your argument is that's the point that I like to make these guys. When they come these
man, this motherfucker's crazy, man. This motherfucker's crazy.
Horrible arguments.
I'll knock your bitch ass out. Bye. Meanwhile, that's what I'm talking to. That's what I'm talking to.
No, hold on.
Now you say sir.
Excuse me,
now you gonna say sir.
I'm speaking.
No.
Fuck you and your speech.
I'm speaking to Brother YAHRAH. right now.
Hey, this is a family show. This is a family show.
Removing people.
This is a family show, y'all. Let's watch our language.
Yeah, that brother that came in using profanity. That brother that came in using profanity. Yeah, that brother that came in and using profanity. You need to get rid of him. He has no decorum. He's here to cause distraction. He doesn't want people to speak unless they agree with what he's saying. And that's a gentleman that does not need to be around intellectual conversation on any level. Now, back to what I was saying to Brother YAHRAH. When I gave the example of Robin Hood, I gave that example for a very specific reason. There is no writer on the face of the earth that has ever admitted to creating the Robin Hood story. None, not one. Not motherfucking one. So I can claim Robin Hood as being an eponymous ancestor the same way people in the biblical narrative have. You can Google it. I know your thumbs is going crazy right now. I know your thumbs is going crazy right now.
You sound like you in a vacuum, man.
Let me ask you this question.
Your mic is making a lot of noise. But your language ain't no better. You just use the same language.
We hear you.
The guy that just got pulled out of here for using.
You want to talk this is what I mean.
And then you're going to sit up here and do the same thing.
Now, Mudawar just made a claim. Hold on. He just made a claim. Now, I've had this book since I was a kid. I don't have it anymore. But I've had that book when I was a kid. So you're telling me that there's no author attributed to the creation and the writing of the narrative that you know is Robin Hood?
There is absolutely no author that is taking credit for the Robin Hood narrative, bro. None. Zero.
Hold on.
Hey JJ, I want to share something.
It was European folklore, bro. It was whole European folklore.
Listen to what he just said.
So was it oral first, Mudawar?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
That's what. No, man, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
It wasn't a book. It wasn't a book that came out and somebody said, "Oh, this comes from a book." It was oral tradition.
It
was oral traditions from Europeans about a band of people robbing from the rich, giving to the poor. It was the exact same shit, bro.
It is not the same. It is not.
It's not. Hey, can I share my screen just for real quick? Let me share my screen real quick.
Let me ask Mudawa while you share.
Mudawa, you dropped the bomb right there, my brother.
Mudawa, let me ask you.
Mudawa,
let me ask you this question, Mudawa.
Game over, family.
Why?
Game over.
Hold up,
Mudawa. Go ahead.
Hold up. Why is it, Mudawa, at any time the people on this panel in here having a conversation that you know you don't agree with, right? Why even come in and interject something?
Because this is the lion's den, baby. This is den. This is where we go down at.
Hold up, good brother. Let me ask the brother a question.
Interrupting, please.
Don't do that. Why is it do you feel necessary? You know you disagree with it, right? Why come forth to even go back and forth when you know that you're gonna receive pushback? Because it's like this. We speaking on nuts and bolts, right? And you start introducing apples and oranges that ain't got nothing to do with what's going on, but it's basically fitting on what you believe and what you think. Nothing wrong with that. But you already know that the majority of this panel already building on something. Why would you do that? Are you doing that to learn, or do you do it just to disrupt a conversation?
Is that rhetorical?
Let me say this real quick.
Was that rhetorical?
Rhetorical about it.
Okay,
hold on. Let me say this real quick.
The brother just asked me a question, man. Family, let me answer the brother's question.
And your audio is all messed up, man. You got your shit mic.
Your mic sound really bad, man.
Okay.
And earlier you said that
so
Moses
my mic sound bad. That means you just
anywhere but in the Bible, right?
Take over, huh?
So now we're gonna go to the Stele of Maremta, which is
a scientific source. That's right.
A scientific source, right? And let's read what it says right here.
I already know what they're finna say. I wonder what he's gonna have to say to that.
Yeah, Israel as a cultural entity is first mentioned in the Stele of the Egyptian pharaoh Merimta, in which he states that Israel lies devastated, bereft of his seed. And it goes on to
but that's not what it says in Metanetter. That's not what it says in Metanetter, sir. It doesn't say Israel. It says
it does say Israel.
It's clear.
According
totally
to the
archaeologists
and the experts,
you know how to read the text, though. I don't care what you just pulled up from this little crazy Google article. It doesn't say Google article. I debate you on that. Set it up, JJ.
That ain't all that it say, though.
And that's not all that it says.
That includes,
and this is just to show the brother. He said there's no mention.
They talk about Canaan and everything up in there. So that's not playing. That's the name that's mentioned.
So the brother's trying to bring up the manifest still that we've all determined, that the real historians have determined that is not mentioning Israel.
Hey, can
what historians are you talking about?
Don't do that.
They playing because I can.
Unless you can transliterate and break that down and show Israel in the text, you lose. Because I can show you that.
Wait. So you saying it's not real?
No. Won't you transliterate it and break it down? Don't discredit his source.
I just said I
don't
can.
discredit.
No,
not you.
Karima.
Don't do that. Don't try to break away from
Karima.
Hey, I just want to respond.
Y'all being hella rude.
Yeah, they are. I just want to respond to
That's
the
what I was asking the question about.
Right. So I just want to take a step back because y'all let these clowns go past the stop sign, right?
See what I'm saying?
So when this guy brings up this craziness about Robin Hood, right? He says that it's folklore, right? How does folklore begin, right? The folklore begins with the telling of a story. This telling of the story of Robin Hood. Hold on. The telling of the story began from a written literary polemic. Literary text.
False.
It's not false, and I'll prove it to both of y'all right now and keep your mouth shut.
Cutting the brother off, man.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, watch this. Here's why it's still a false equivalency to the Bible. Where in the story or the folklore of Robin Hood that we have any living people or people in history that said that they met Robin Hood?
I'm saying I'm him.
Hold on.
I'm saying I'm him.
But you see what this dude, he's not gonna accept any evidence because you already got your mind made up.
I'm not done.
You being biased.
I'm not done. Where are the people that was contemporary to this character, the Robin Hood?
Okay, Sister Karima.
That we can even find in history.
Now,
let him finish.
Existed.
Let him finish. Don't call me. Let him finish.
I was never finished. I wasn't finished.
The problem with his torpedo argument is that he keep trying to make these false equivalencies, these logical fallacies, and arguments that make absolutely no sense. I'm going to say it again. Most scholars agree that Yeshua or Yahawashi, Jesus Christ, whatever y'all want to call him, was a historical figure. This is what most scholars are saying. They agree he was a historical figure. Now, again, he claims to have a pedigree. He claims to have a lineage of people. Where in the Robin Hood story is there anyone outside of their written text or folklore that you can say actually existed in history? We have the historical
I'm him.
Pilate. Hold on. We also have Pilate stone with Pontius Pilate inscription contemporary with Christ, with the time of Christ. So this is what I'm saying. When you guys are making these false claims and poor arguments, they fail. And they keep letting you guys blow past the stop sign with these fake, blowed out arguments.
Now, YAHRAH, thank you for that, YAHRAH. I appreciate it, but I'm exposing the fallacy, the fallaciousness, and the outright stupidity of the logic of the biblical narrative. Anybody can create an eponymous ancestor, family. We know for sure. Let me finish. We know for certain that the Israelites of Jesus' time were real people. We know that for sure. No one is arguing that. We know, let me finish, family. We know that those people had progenitors, family. We know that. Stop, my boy. Stop, my boy. Stop. My boy. Stop. My boy. Stop. My boy. Mute them, Karima. Mute him, Karima. I wasn't done. Mute him, Karima.
Let him go. Let Mugabu go.
Game over.
But he already shot himself in the foot.
It don't matter. Let him finish.
Now,
what is wrong with y'all? Let him go. Because y'all don't want nobody to interrupt y'all. Come on now. I know he was interrupting, but I'm trying to get order. Please, one at a time.
Thank you. This is where your argument about your so-called lineage falls apart. This is why chronology is so important. The so-called Torah is allegedly written 1800 BCE. The so-called, we know that Moses didn't write that. All of the scholars agree to that. The time period that we see that it first arises is about 1,000 years later. That's a 1,000-year gap of just oral history. By then, people are saying anything. They're creating any narrative. By the time we get to the time of Jesus and the time of Jesus' writings, these people truly believe that they are the descendants of eponymous ancestors. It is not uncommon in cultures of that time and in that region. And any one of you that want to go into a real debate about that, we can do it. I can have just as much evidence to support that I am a descendant of Robin Hood as you can have saying you're a descendant of somebody in the Bible. And I land the plane, beloved people. Use logic and reasoning.
He landed his plane, he crashed and burned. Now I'm gonna ask him this, and I'm gonna say this to him again. This is real simple. This is what I'm saying. Stay away from these simplistic arguments, right? So again, when he talks, he keeps talking about, yeah, we understand that this historical figure Jesus had progenitors, right? Who were those people? Who does he claim there to be? Now, should we take their word for it, or should we take your word for it? That's not even the argument I'm getting ready to make. The problem with you just said is that there are no scholars no PhD scholars that agree that Moses wrote the Torah. That is also another lie. Are you familiar with Douglas Petrovich? Are you familiar with Titus Kennedy? These people agree in consensus that Moses did write these books. So when you say that there's no consensus of scholars, you lose that argument. When you say that there are no scholars that say this, you lose that argument.
Facts.
The problem with you guys is you still think that consensus means majority.
Facts.
It does not mean that. In order to have a consensus of scholarship, you need to have scholars over a broad interdisciplinary studies, linguistics, archaeology, anthropology to agree.
YAHRAH.
Not just simple, not just saying, 100 people say they don't agree with it. That's not what a consensus of scholars is. They have to have a sit-down meeting of the minds and
want
come
the smoke,
together
brother?
and say this is exactly what we believe.
Peace back to
That's
you.
right. Hey, YAHRAH.
Y'all don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, let me say that. Hey,
Good brother,
JJ,
YAHRAH.
somebody,
Good brother,
JJ, somebody
YAHRAH.
there.
Yes,
Let me
sir.
ask y'all. Hold up. I want to ask YAHRAH a question. One more question, YAHRAH. How
Yes,
can
sir.
you refer to the Israelites during the time of Jesus, right? Like this one did, right?
Right.
And then say Jesus don't exist. Do that make any sense to y'all? I just want to ask that question.
None at all.
I've
If
never
he
said
don't
Jesus
exist, how
don't
can you
exist.
refer to the
I've
Israelites?
never said Jesus don't exist.
Right. So if he says Jesus doesn't exist or won't admit to the fact that Jesus didn't
What
exist,
did you just hear? What I just
hold on.
said?
If you won't say Jesus did not exist,
Did you just
then
hear what I just
hold
said?
on, then you cannot say who Jesus and those who claim to be of his ancestry did not exist. Don't you get it?
YAHRAH, did you hear what I just said, brother?
You said you didn't say Jesus didn't exist. I heard you.
Yes, brother.
Right. So if
I
you
am.
can't,
Listen to me.
but
Stop,
does he
brother.
have?
Slow down, brother. Slow down. You were talking so fast and trying to throw $4 words in there that you like killed your own argument. First thing I never said there were no people in academia that don't agree with the Moses narrative or Moses being a real person. I said that the academic consensus of scholars in that field say that Moses did not write that stuff. The academic consensus of biblical scholars say that this is folklore passed down. I didn't say you can't find somebody that's not a religious fundamentalist that don't think that Moses was a real person. That's my first point. The second point is, yes, although I am a non-believer, I am willing to concede that the man y'all know as Jesus today was a mortal person. I have always conceded that. I said, you know what? There probably was some guy roaming around that time period. I don't have a problem with his mortality. I have a problem with the stories of his divinity. That's what I have a problem with, brother. And yes, he has. Yes, excuse me, brother. Yes, he had progenitors. He had a whole mother and a whole father. I am the person that says that. I am the person that says this person is not the son of God. This is the son of man. This man has a whole father like everybody on this line. I am the person that says that. I am the person that, hold on, I'm not done. I am the person that tells the people in the community one of the major reasons for the Council of Nicaea was for them to create the divinity story of Jesus, because there was a huge argument. Should he be mere mortal or should we make him divine? That's what the purpose of the Council of Nicaea was for. So before you try to frame my argument or box me in, you should know where I'm coming from. And I know you don't, because we've never had a sit-down conversation about this.
We saying produce
You're coming
evidence.
from a garbage can, bro. You're
Most
coming from a
Hebrews
garbage
probably
can.
believe the same as you do.
He coming from a garbage
We
can.
saying produce evidence of what you're
But
saying.
Christian.
One at a time.
Hey, JJ.
One at a time, please.
JJ, real quick. JJ, let me say this. I'm glad that Mudawar came in. I have an idea. A quick idea. How about we let Mudawar and YAHRAH debate?
Hey, Sosa, hit me up, bro.
How about we let Mudawar and Elder YAHRAH debate that contention, because this is getting really juicy. I have a contention for commission for debate. How can you call yourself a commission yet agree with the biblical narrative? What are you, a biblical Egyptian? A biblical Phoenician?
You know what?
Oh,
You
that's
know
my
why?
call out
You,
of commission.
you know why I ain't gonna. You know why? You know why I ain't gonna. You know why I ain't gonna honor no.
It's getting hot in here.
You know I won't honor a debate with you because you ran from me already, bro. And JJ bear witness to this.
Ran from you from what,
JJ
sir?
didn't you run from me.
Run from what?
In a debate we had.
When did I never say I wouldn't debate commission?
Didn't he run? Tell him, JJ.
For one of them debates you signed up for.
He didn't show up, bro. And
No,
Karima know that.
Okay, what was the topic? What was the topic?
Stop playing.
What was the topic? We can do that one first. What was the topic? I don't even remember. I've been working like crazy. What was the topic?
You were trying to challenge me on the metal netta.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Oh yeah, you said the metanella wasn't deciphered, right?
Yes, sir. And
we can do that first, and then I'm gonna challenge you on being a Christian Egyptian.
Oh, that's a good one.
It ain't no such thing as
That's really what you is. You're a Christian.
Ain't no such
Want to
thing
be
as
Egyptian
a
more.
Christian Egyptian. In my cycle, in my circle, we honor all.
I will set up
books
the
of
hieroglyphic debate first, JJ.
We
Then
honor
we'll
all
do
books
the
of truth. But what it is, you seen the people getting on your head, and they seen that you didn't have everything you said. Now you want to challenge.
That's not true, brother. I've been here, so JJ. Plus, we never even set up a date. What a date with a flyer on it? What did I run? Show a date where we set up a flyer on the debate.
Where's the date that you ran? It was
Where's the flyer?
Was a flyer that was actually made.
Where is it? Show it.
I wasn't the one that made the flyer.
I ain't make it. I ain't see it.
But you know, now you're trying to lie, and I like it. What Karima?
But how can you teach from the Kemetic text? How can you teach from the Kemetic text and say it hasn't been translated?
Because I'm teaching.
Your name is Commission, yet you believe in the Bible. You might be the pseudo king.
Watch this. Watch this.
The Kemetic. He's Kemetic. Christian and Kemetic. The Kemetic.
Karima, if they talk while I'm presenting this right here, mute their mic. If they ain't got no,
I ain't gonna say nothing, but I accept the debate.
I'm gonna show you right now.
Both debates.
It's gonna be about 12 minutes. It's gonna be about 12 minutes.
He about to go in. He about to do pseudo judo.
I don't want to have to set you in timeout. You're a big kid. I mean, big.
Okay. I'm finna show you. I always got it on my lap. Soon as you go to running your beat, I'm ready.
Set the date, make the flyer.
Let me open it up right now, and I'm finna give you a taste of what I already got for you.
Damn.
All right, so set it up, JJ.
Know where this come from too, by the way. So let me share the screen right here real quick. This easy work.
Matter of fact, we can make it a 2-in-1. Men's commissions
debate
and Mudawa and Gerard's debate in the same.
Man, Mudawa already ran from a
we
debate.
We don't want to hear nothing about your
what?
Right now. Okay, the screen sharing right here, family. Let me go ahead and kill that garbage that these people talking about. Let me ask you a question, Khonshu, since you know so much. And you can read. Can you read that, Khonshu?
No, I cannot read that.
Well, you don't know nothing about
I can't read hieratic.
You don't know nothing about. Can you tell me? Okay, I ain't gonna even do.
Can't read hieratic.
Hold up. Can you identify?
I cannot read that.
So you don't know metal netta based on
that's
that.
not that, bro. Hold on, man. Metal netta come in 3 different scripts. Cool. Metal netta come in 3 different scripts. Pull up the glyphs and I'll read that.
Demonstrate for you.
Now
Let
stop
me give
playing.
you some bike history. Just be quiet for a minute. First and foremost, bro, the original text.
I answered the question and said no.
Didn't I just tell you to be quiet, bro?
Go ahead.
The original text that you calling metal netta, brother, I got hundreds and hundreds of this paper over here. It was changed into those pictures you talking about. So if you know those pictures, you should know this.
No, that's not true.
Those are yes, it is.
Please, my mouth is watering for this debate. Please set this up, JJ.
Bro.
Let him complete. Let him finish.
I am. Go ahead.
Those are transcriptions, bro. This is the hieratic alphabet. Commission put it in the proper order. Let me show you something here. See this right here? This is not the proper order for these alphabet. This is the abjad. I did this. I put
the abjad is Arabic. What
listen,
are you talking
bro.
about?
Listen.
Abjad is an Arabic word.
Abjad shows you the proof.
Come on, Khonshu. You gotta be
quiet. You can say all that when he done. You don't have to interrupt him. You don't have to disagree right off top. You can tell him when it's your turn on how you disagree with his information, but let him present it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kareem. Abjad is very important, family. This shows the order of all Afro-Asiatic languages, bro. It's not Arabic. Arabic is a derivative from these languages. So what I'm trying to show you is right here. And I'm going to show you what happened. This is what Those people you keep talking about, this is the order that they did. This comes from Champollion right here. This is his alphabet. I'm finna show it to you in a minute. Champollion took these pictures right here, right? And he compared these pictures to hieratic letters, right? This is what he did. He compared them to Demotic letters. He compared them to Coptic letters, and he came up with his own alphabet. If I wanted to, for example, if I wanted to take ABCs and take particular signs out of what you call hieroglyphics, I can create my own alphabet in a matter of 30 minutes. And if I say, well, this sign mean A, this mean B, this means C, this mean D, and this is the alphabet, then now I've created an alphabetical system on my own whim, and I can say, well, the sign come from the ancient Egyptians, but that don't make that alphabet that I created ancient, do it? No. Now watch this. This is Champollion's alphabet right here. This is when he created it. So you got to prove, in order for you to say that Medu Neter has been deciphered, you got to prove an alphabet chart that is older than this one that Champollion created. What? Can you produce an alphabet chart older than this one right here? Because it's Champollion's chart. Can you produce one from the ancient Egyptians just like this? Show it to me right now. Show it. Because if you don't, you're going to be in trouble in this debate. This Champollion chart, that's all you got to stand up.
Hey, the former champion coming
out.
Beyond
Right there, you don't have none. So now let me show you. So like I said about the Israelites earlier, when they created their chart, they got their Aleph, Beth, they still got the Abjad there. But if you compare these symbols to some of the symbols in the hieroglyphic, you will see that they are there, but they mean two different things.
That's exactly.
Right. So this would be actually older than Champollion's chart.
That's right.
This is one of the oldest pictorials that can be found outside of that. But you ain't gonna find no native Egyptian teaching this garbage.
Right.
Yeah, them symbols come from the ancestor, but Champollion was trying to figure out which bird I want to use. See, y'all ain't seen this one right here. Which one? Do I want to use the arm, the eye, the bird, or the feather? You know, with this supposed to be the letter wide I. Why he got it up here? See, this is rough draft right here. Look at the B. Well, I thought this was supposed to be the letter B. Oh, no, they got all this up in here, too. See, that's how you confuse the hell out of people.
Hey, but Commission.
Think of something that it ain't
wait, quick question.
I'm landing my plane. I'm landing the plane. I want him to produce that alphabet chart. That's what I want him to do. Since he knows so much, an alphabet chart that exists before that. I'm finna show you what Champollion did in my closing. This is Coptic right here, family. They call it Greek, some of them. Champollion had Coptic priests, and I got the names of them. I'm gonna bring it up in the debate, and I want them to come up here. That Coptic priests, the ones that demonstrated this particular alphabet to him, but that ain't got nothing to do with hieratic or Demotic, which is the Egyptian language. Metaphysics, symbolic, allegorical, esoteric is what them pictorial scripts represent, and I can prove prior to the 19th century, every scholar taught that. That only came into existence talking about them right there was supposed to be alphabets later on down the line. So I want you to jump in the ring, but you better have that alphabet chart. I'll give you 3 years to look for it. And I bet you don't find an alphabet chart before this one created by the ancient Egyptians.
So
your argument is
quick question though, and I'm not saying you wrong.
Bag from the beginning. You
put that paleo back up for me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, quick question. I'm not saying you wrong though. I'm not no.
People gonna jump in.
No, just let me do this real quick. I just want to do.
No, I just got a quick question about what he just pulled up.
Y'all see this?
No, hold on. Let Consul respond. Like,
I just want to respond to this right here. Commission showed it, and then they can go. I just want to show the letters are paleo, but this here is Aramaic. Aleph, Bayet, Gimel.
That's right.
No, it's Alapa, Bayaf.
That's right.
Gamal, Dalaf.
That's right.
Har.
Teach about
Wa.
That's right.
Zion. Ka. Ta. Ya. Ka. Lamad. Ma. Not Mim. Ma. Na. Sa. Pa. Ayan. Not I-N. I-A-N. It's Ayan. The I. Pa. Not pay. Tazar, not Tazar.
Tazarian.
Qua, Ra, Sha, Tha, not Ta. There's no V. That's a Tha.
That's correct.
That's right, brother Apostle.
Teach Apostle.
Okay, can I respond?
Yeah, respond. Where that
All right.
chart at? That exists
Apostle.
before Champollion. Show it to us.
Lord, brother, can I respond? Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead,
I
brother.
was very patient and quiet. Apostle, thank you for reading out those letters to us. Thank you very much for that. So the topic is, has the metadata been deciphered? He's saying no, yet his name is Commission.
That's not the topic now.
What's the topic then? Oh,
the
God.
Topic is, has the metadata been deciphered, and can you produce an alphabet chart before Champollion to prove that?
Okay, so let me address the first part first. Okay, hold on.
Now, that's the whole part.
No, it's not. It's two parts in that title.
No, it's
Hello. That's two.
Go ahead.
That's
Go
two
ahead.
parts in that title, brother. Lord have mercy. So let me address the first part.
Man.
Let me address the first part, please. I didn't interrupt you guys. I know y'all emotional right now. So let me respond.
Go ahead,
You can't have a name Commission without transliterating and then translating the metadata. So your statement in and of itself is hypocritical and totally fallacious and ridiculous. It's ridiculous to have a name Commission and say it ain't been translated, number one. Number two, he said his whole basis is that the glyphs are to be translated metaphysically. That's what he's saying, because he's a pseudo king. I began to notice. No disrespect. Saying pseudo is no disrespect, nothing personal. But you pseudo as heck. And he's saying that the hieroglyphics have metadata. I mean, that the metadata have metaphysical meanings, and that the translation part and all that is wrong, right? But my question and then you asked me a question: Can I produce an alphabet chart prior to Champollion's alphabet chart? Right? Yes, I can do that, and I'm gonna produce that in Arabic from an Arabian. Now, number three, my question to Commission is, since he's saying that the hieroglyphics are only metaphysical, my question is, do the glyphs? First he started off asking me, can I read hieratic? Any minor basic student of metadata or language knows that hieratic is the hardest to learn. Most of the books you read now, they are going back and forth about dialect and grammar, syntax, word placement and stuff. And the hieratic is the hardest form to read. The individual glyphs, the Medutu form, is the easiest to read. So by him trying to ask me that, he was trying to make me look stupid, asking me, can I read something that the average scholar, Egyptologist, linguistic scholar can't even read? And they'll admit it in their books. So my question to you is, brother, if you say the glyphs are only metaphysical, do they apply the rebus principle? And for those that don't know what rebus principle, let me ask it another way. Do the hieroglyphics have phonetic value? That's my question to Commission.
No, sir. The hieroglyphics don't have phonetic value, and the reason why Commission can spell
Okay, hold on. And I'm gonna bust that up.
Hold up.
Okay, go ahead.
And the
Expound.
reason why Commission don't spell his name with hieroglyphics, good brother, is because the alphabets are hieratic, and I just showed them to you. So the true language is hieratic, brother. It was transcribed into hieroglyphics. And I'm finna show you that. I'm gonna let you go. And I'm finna blow all it. And I can read.
I've seen that. You don't have to show that now. Say that for the debate. You ain't got to show that now.
Can't read it, but I can read the hieratic. I'm gonna translate some for you.
You can read hieratic. Okay,
I'm gonna transliterate some for you that scholars can't do.
Okay, let me get into one next point. One next point.
Go ahead.
Because what you said was critical. And Jeremiah Judah, do not let this video erase. I'm about to screenshot this. He said that glyphs have no phonetic value. I'm going to prove in my debate with Commission. I'm going to bury him with this. No pun intended. I'm going to bury him with this right here. Rebus principle and phonetic value is going to crush everything he's saying and prove that it's pseudo. And lastly, he mentioned Abjad. Abjad is Arabic. He says hieratic is Afro-Asiatic. I'm going to prove that the Egyptian language has been misclassified Afro-Asiatic. It's not Afro-Asiatic. So all of this stuff I'm gonna present, but I'm gonna let you go and go ahead and shine. But be prepared for the debate. Set it up, ready next week.
All right, hold up, don't go nowhere.
I ain't going nowhere.
What's today? Today is
Sunday.
Next Sunday, commission about what? Same time, commission about this time, 3 p.m. 5 p.m. Eastern. Commission, brother commission.
Yeah, most definitely,
Okay, what's the title?
The title is, because I don't believe the Medu Neter has been deciphered, nor will I teach that.
Right.
Not by no alphabets. I have my own means of dealing with metaphysics. I'm asking him because he got to produce an alphabet chart. Now he's saying that what I'm saying is abjad in Arabic, but yet he's saying his chart that he gonna use come from Arabic. And I know he's talking about Ibn Washi's document, which ain't got nothing to do with the same thing that they're using right now. That's still not producing a chart from the ancient Egyptians. You feel me? So if you come up in here with that foolery, if you want to, thinking it's a game, brother, you're going to have a problem. I want to see you produce an alphabet chart, just like Champollion created from the ancient Egyptians, because I'm going to produce mine. And I'm telling you right now, I just showed it to you. It's hieratic. The abjad order shows you the connection between the languages. And that's the whole thing. So that's what it is. Has the Medu Neter been deciphered according to the alphabet chart of the ancient Egyptians? That put it all together.
And you done changed the topic 3 times. You sure that's what you wanted to be?
I'm making it plain.
You changed it 3 times. What is the topic, brother?
You tried to act like something was wrong with the first one, so I brought
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Listen, has the Medu Neter been deciphered according to the chart, an alphabet chart?
According to what?
The ancient Egyptians. There you go. According to what chart?
Let me tell you why that don't make sense.
You know you can't.
Hold on. Stop.
You know you can't.
Let me tell you why that doesn't.
About the title. They see you though. The people see you.
Let me tell you why that doesn't. You're saying the ancient Egyptians can't prove that hieroglyphics has been deciphered. It's got to be somebody modern to prove that hieroglyphics.
The people that wrote it didn't comprehend.
You playing pseudo motherfucking judo. You the pseudo king. You the pseudo king, boy.
This week,
the stuff you say don't even make sense. This gonna be fun.
Champion commission at that versus the real new Wahabi.
You mean to tell me that the people that wrote it didn't comprehend it, but yet you claiming you did?
I didn't say that.
That's
you
exactly
saying have the hieroglyphics been deciphered according to the hold on. You saying have it been deciphered according to the ancient Egyptians? Like I can ask a fucking ancient.
You running now, y'all.
When you talk about the original topic was have the Medu Neter been deciphered. Now you throwing all extra kind of pseudo judo shit. So I'm gonna prove that it does have been deciphered, that it does have phonetic value, that it does apply Reba's principle, it's older than the cuneiform. I'm gonna go all the way in. Set the date and time.
Hey, Khonshu, you know you done messed up, don't you?
Set the date and time.
You know you done messed up, don't you? I'm just asking you the question. You know you done messed up, right?
Boy, you don't even read the glyphs. Set the date and time.
The Cremation. Christian Commission.
He the Christian Egyptian.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. My voice, I can't yell loud. Okay, next week is going down in the den. First round action commission at DAP Arafat, former champion of the Lions Den, will be going against one of the veterans of the Lions Den, the real new Wahabian, Kansu, Rahabat. That's right. It's going down in the den. Did the Medu Neter? I said, did the Medu Neter get deciphered? I need somebody else with another voice. Hey, I need somebody else with another voice to promote this because my voice going out.
Yeah.
Hey, according to the chart of the ancient Egyptians,
part of the ancient Egyptians does not prove whether it's been deciphered or not.
Yes,
That's
do.
stupid.
Yes,
doesn't
do.
make sense.
Yes,
what you're saying doesn't make sense.
Yes,
your mind is not functioning properly,
yes,
brother.
it do.
In order to say something has been deciphered, You would have to say, who deciphered it? Now you asking me, did the ancient Egyptians decipher their own shit into what language?
Yes, it do, bro.
Don't make sense, homie.
That's what I'm trying to tell
The
you.
topic is, has the shit been deciphered, yay or nay?
We asking, has it been deciphered according to their alphabetic chart, family? You got to have their alphabet to say it was deciphered.
Dude.
You can't just create an alphabetical chart and say it's been deciphered, grand man. I know you're trying to get around this, but you can't get around.
This is a two-part question. You want me to base everything off of this pseudo judo stuff you posted?
No, I'm asking for a real
number
chart.
one. Number two, what you showing is not even. I don't know what kind of stuff you done concocted. You done concocted something. This shit ain't. That nigga is pseudo.
Yeah,
boy. I don't know what he done
that you
Just set the debate.
that ain't gonna help you.
Whatever you want the title to be, that's cool.
That all them antics that you trying to add ain't gonna
ain't
help
no
you,
antics. Whatever you want to debate, you can add in. You can add in more words to the debate title, and we'll still do it.
Facts of the matter is, brother, you are
Dress
not
it up
ready
however
for
you
this
want.
conversation. Let me give my people something real quick. I'm gonna show you. Hey, y'all see this right here? Y'all see my screen sharing right now?
Commission, don't give him too much, man.
I told him he trying too hard to convince. He trying too hard. He done concocted all kind of pseudo documents and everything. He made all this stuff up.
Hey, Apostle, I got over 50.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I know you do. I know. I seen your shit.
Now watch
JJ
this.
just talking in the wind, y'all. Can't nobody hear me. Okay,
go ahead, JJ.
All right, I'm gonna let y'all get.
I've seen and ignored all that pseudo stuff.
You seen it and ignored me talking
none
to
of what
you.
I got over here.
Yes, I
Ignored me
have.
talking, but does that matter? Hold up, y'all. Hey, I want to congratulate one of the contestants in the Lions Den Universal Debate League. I'm talking about no other than the Troyes, the young phenom. Go ahead and introduce yourself real quick, family. Then we can get back to the meat and potatoes. Go ahead.
Yeah, nah, I don't want to hijack the show. I'm very interested in this conversation. But I just wanted to ask you, JJ, what happened to the debate with Elder YAHRAH and Andrew the student? I know the winner of that I'm supposed to be seeing next, so I was looking forward to that.
Well, Andrew ran, man.
Oh, so
We got
Elder
a runner.
YAHRAH,
We had a runner.
So Elder YAHRAH won by default.
Yeah. The dude reneged.
Cool. Elder YAHRAH, I look forward to our upcoming debate then. Please, brothers, proceed with the conversation.
Okay, y'all see this screen right here? Do anybody see my screen share?
Yeah, we see it.
And now this is way in advance for you right here. You see this right here? Look at this here, country. Let me show you something. Before we even started the conversation, you see how many slides that is right there, bro? This ain't number pure evidence, right? That's 150 something slides.
That ain't number pseudo judo.
That's
made up
Be quiet. So see, y'all been getting away with pseudo. But I want everybody in the audience to look up the word monomaniac, because that's what he is, along with a lot of them that like to say that.
All right.
What happened is this right here, right? And I'm gonna give just a little taste, not everything. Reverse engineering is the process that took place, family. When you reverse engineer something, you disassemble it, you analyze it, and you bring forth a product based off of that. That's what Champollion did. That's why you hear me say the Metal Net is a book of creation, right? Metaphysical formulas, comedic tests of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I'm gonna prove it. Now watch this. The oldest texts that have been written, family, in relation to dealing with this is hieratic script, family, dating back to 2600 years BC. You see? So other than that, you trying to say the Kemites, if you talking about Metal Netta was a language,
2600 BC.
and you saying that it exists, right? That's 400. That's 4600. That's 4600 years ago.
You saying the oldest kinetic writing is 2600 BC?
Years before Christ date.
Hold on. Let me ask you this. You saying that the oldest metadata writing is 2600 BC?
That's right, right here. And I'm gonna show you. And I'm gonna show you. Watch.
I'm gonna bust that up.
These are the actual texts here dealing with Mariri. Mariri was an actual person that worked on the pyramids, family, and all of his writings were written in hieratic. 4,500. This is before the pyramids existed. And ask yourself why there is no metal netter inside of the Great Pyramid.
Commission, you know what we looking at?
There is no metal netter.
I don't see nothing, but
is my screen showing?
No,
we
it's
see the
the
slides, but
same
we don't
thing.
see the thing.
Oh, y'all. Okay,
Good
I
evening.
got you.
Good evening.
Okay, let me reshare it then. My bad, because I want y'all to see this.
Let me get this correct. So you
No,
said,
hold up.
No, I'm just trying to go over something you just said. To make sure I'm writing this down right. You said the oldest metal netter is 2600 BC in Hieratic.
That's 4,600 years ago.
Gotcha. All right.
Right.
Perfect.
In Hieratic. Now
I'm gonna debunk all this point for point.
Okay, real quick. Hey, real quick.
Listen. And they called Hieratic metal netter. But Hieratic as metal netter didn't have nothing to do with. That's why I told you didn't know Hieratic. You didn't know nothing about hieroglyphs. Because they transcribed them. So you see this right here? It said it consisted of activities.
We can't see your screen.
And it ain't being shared right now.
Can I get 2 minutes real quick?
Sister Karima, can you share this while he do his bill?
Yeah, real quick. Is Mudawa and YAHRAH, what was y'all? Are y'all really having a debate, or y'all steady just talking?
No, I think that I don't want to interfere with what y'all got going on with the debate league, and YAHRAH got to handle. Your brother Truist is gonna got to deal with brother YAHRAH next, so I think he needs to have all of his attention focused on that. But I don't mind having a discussion, but as far as a debate is concerned, like he needs to concentrate on other things right now. But
Let me say something real quick.
Because brother Truist is a juggernaut. I think y'all, boy, that man knows what he's doing.
The Truist and YAHRAH will be meeting in the second round. And then the winner of Asar M. Ka and Ha Amayan will face the winner of Commission and the brother Kansu. It's going down.
That's gonna be a good one. So Asar and Khan, that's gonna be a good one. I want to tune it.
It's going down.
Okay, so anyway, JJ, let me finish this right here so I can give him a little clarity, brother. So you see this right here. This is the diary of Mariri written in Hieratic, right? Which Khonshu don't read, he say, right? Now, one of the oldest calendars that's been found, 3,200 years old, right? This is the calendar that deal with the good and bad days of Heru and Set, recorded in Hieratic. Now, there were no people going to the walls getting metal netter saying, how y'all doing today? Because you know that they had to do that in wet mud, right? So it don't make no sense to think that people were speaking symbols, talking about phonetic value. See, the problem is with you, Khonshu, and the other ones that think like you, is you don't know the difference between the hieratic script, which is right here. You can't read none of that. Brother Kamisha can tell you what's being said up in here. And then you can't even read, you can't even read cursive hieroglyphs. If you can read cursive hieroglyphs, you should be regular hieroglyphs, you should be able to read the cursive because they're the same thing. But that and that is not the same, brother.
Kamisha, can I ask you a question?
Hold up, brother.
I just want to ask a question.
Hold up.
You're doing a presentation. I want to ask a question.
No, I'm not finna let you destroy this bill with them old sidebar questions right now. I'm finna go.
You want to have a whole? You want to do a whole slideshow presentation?
I'm just gonna let him go.
Slideshow.
No, this is gonna be about 30 minutes.
I'm not giving a slideshow. It ain't gonna be 30.
Yes, that's exactly what you're doing. Giving a slideshow.
You're hard, big fella.
When we come here, family. When we come here. This is what I'm talking about right here. I want you to understand this. See this? It gives you the clear distinction between hieroglyphics and hieratic. It tells you clearly hieratic Greek, right? Grammata hieratica, a cursive script primarily used with the pen, right? On papyrus or ostracon. That is a potsherd or limestone flake. It is a mistake to think that hieratic developed out of hieroglyphs. See, that's your premise. But that's a mistake, since the hieratic appears earlier in the archaeological record than the hieroglyphic. You see, in fact, the oldest extensive texts from Egypt, which date to the pre-dynastic period, were produced with ink and brush, with no indication that the sign descended from hieroglyphs. You're going to try to buck that. So guess what? I got 50 more slides saying the same thing. All you can do is disagree with it. But the general opinion of men would never alter the nature of the truth, my brother.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question based on this.
Hold up.
Because I've heard you say this before. I told you I've already heard you say you regurgitated this before.
Hold up. This is where I land my plane at.
Okay, land the plane.
This is where I land the plane at. The principles of pharaonic cryptography. And we know that this came from the Ptolemies, right? Cryptographic hieroglyphs. Designation of Ptolemaic hieroglyphs is used by Egyptologists to refer to the script employed by the scribes of Egyptian temples after the conquest of Egypt by Alexander the Great. Until the end of the 2nd century, also called figurative or cryptographic hieroglyphs, they not only are synonymous with extreme complication, obscure puns, and strange puzzles, but also with the intense challenge and incitement. Their figurative nature misled earlier scholars into regarding the hieroglyphic script as read purely symbolic, right? It says to laymen, these signs would probably look like standard hieroglyphs, but to an uninitiated Egyptologist, which are you, their interpretation is like exploring a terra incognita. It says for a good reason, indeed, during the Middle Kingdom and beginning of the New Kingdom, the number of signs commonly used by the scribes totaled about 760. But in the latest periods of Egyptian history, many new signs were created, and the corpus of hieroglyphs grew to several thousand signs during the Ptolemaic period. Now, Champollion's Rosetta Stone was created by the Ptolemies. Champollion's decipherment is based on that Rosetta Stone and the Pile Obelisk of the Ptolemies that didn't exist during ancient Egypt. So how can you use that alphabet to deal with anything that deals with ancient Kemet? That's why I say you have to have an alphabet chart that existed prior to Champollion to debunk what I'm saying. Because I got some stuff over here that's going to overthrow you, bro.
Okay, now let me respond to that. Let me respond to that.
It's gonna make you look bad.
Okay. I know you want to prove. I know you want to prove a point so bad.
I done proved it. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me respond to all that.
Your speech.
Thank you. First of all, the first mistake you made was I meant to say this earlier, but you keep referring to Champollion as if all of my sources are going to be from Champollion. Number one. Number two, I don't care what book this is, whatever you pulled up, however you're reading, you're probably misinterpreting. You do that a lot. I'll pull this up and go over it before the debate. But you said that the oldest writing in Egyptian writing, metadata, is 2600 BC and was in hieratic. I'm going to show you. Said you claim that hieratic or whoever this is who wrote this book. I don't care about what a person says in a book. That's the problem with you people. And
bro, that's actual.
Hold on.
Paper. That's not a book.
Okay,
no. Hold on, Commissioner. You got to let him go ahead and interrupt.
That's the problem with these people that really think they debaters. They think that they can just pull up books where other people have done research, not saying that those people are even right, and use their information and bring it to the debate and use that as solid source. But that's not what does it. What does it is something called scientific method. I'm going to prove via scientific method myself. I'm going to prove that the hieratics did indeed come out of the pictograph original hieroglyphic script, and that script came from an older script. I'm also going to prove he says it doesn't apply phonetics, meaning the symbols don't represent sounds, and the linguistic field is called Rebus principle. I'm going to prove that wrong point for point, and I'm going to show the same symbols that he said don't exist prior to hieratic. I'm going to show those symbols older than what he says 2600 BC, and I'm going to show them older than the Sumerian writing. Because it's contradictory to say that the hieratic has been translated, but the hieroglyphic has not. When it's really one and the same, it's just the script. The script was changed. That's why it's harder to read for most scholars. So everything he's saying is sounds good, and he wants to really convince people.
Hey, can I ask you something real quick though?
And especially for him to say that he's for him to make the bold statement to say that he can read hieratic fluently, Boy, you supposed to
Yeah,
be.
but what about the
Hold
logic
on,
of
hold on,
what
hold
he's
on.
saying, though?
Hold on. You supposed to be somewhere in a university making like a lot of freaking money. If you can read hieratic, my brother, I will help you get in school, get in a university. You need to be a professor if you can read hieratic fluently. So
Yeah, but what
all this
about the
stuff,
logic of what he's saying, though?
hold
About the
on. I don't care
alphabet.
about. Hold on. I don't care about no logic. I don't care about nothing. None of the pseudo. He's a
No, I'm
mathematician.
saying the logic
Hold
of what
on. I'm
he's
not
saying
done.
about
I'm
the
not done. I'm
alphabet. What
not done. I'm
about
not done.
you're
I'm
not
not
really
done. I'm not
addressing
done. I'm
that?
not done. I'm not done. Commission is a professional at playing pseudo judo. That's what I've learned about the brother. Good brother. Good. I ain't nothing personal. I ain't got nothing against the prophet. I ain't got nothing against this brother personally. But he is the
I don't know.
pseudo
It seems like you're
judo
running away from what
champion
he
of the
actually
Lions Den.
saying,
So, like I said, I wrote down
and that
all
ain't
of this
good,
stuff. He
man.
said it is not phonetic value, and I'm gonna prove that's wrong. He says hieratic, the oldest is 2600 BC. I'm gonna show you scripts. I'm gonna show you the oldest form of writing discovered, period, in that
But
time, and that it
you running
predates.
away from what he actually
Man,
saying,
I don't know
though.
who
It's
you
like
are,
you
and I ain't
running
running away
around
for
it.
nothing because we already got a debate set. So be quiet and let me finish so he can respond. Whoever on the sideline. So I'm gonna rebut all that stuff point for point, brother, and that's it. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead, brother.
I
That
just
was
got a
speaking.
question. I just got
Go
a
ahead.
question
Let the
for
brother
each.
speaking that was
I got a
speaking.
I got
question
a
too, man.
yeah,
Let
but no,
that
you
And
brother
can go.
let me
You can
just
go first. You can go first, and I'm after you, brother.
Yeah, let that brother speak that was speaking.
yes, and I'm not no Egyptomaniac myself, but what about the logic of what he's saying? If prior to Champollion there is no alphabet, doesn't he make a logical argument? And I'm just looking at it from just a common sense perspective.
Prior to Champollion, there was no alphabet. That's ridiculous. That doesn't make sense. The alphabet was on the walls. Champollion came and seen what was on. That's what I'm saying. He's saying. That's what I'm saying. His question, his basis doesn't make sense. He's saying, prove to
No,
me,
you
according
don't
to
make
the
no
Egyptian
sense.
alphabet, that it's been translated. That is, what the fuck kind of question is that? In order for me
Okay,
to prove that the ancient
let me
Egyptian
make this
language
plain. Let
has
me.
been translated. Hold on. In order for me to prove that it has been translated or has been
You
deciphered,
just said you were
all I would
done.
have
Now,
to
when the
do,
brother started speaking, you cut in.
hold on.
You just say you
All
were
I would
done.
have,
Now, Kachi.
hold on, be
But when
patient,
the
be
brother
patient.
asked his question, you
All
trying
I
to
would
take
have
over
to
the brother's
do, hold
question.
on, 2 seconds,
See, see how you doing
All
though?
I would have to do,
But you see
all I
what
would
you're
have to
doing,
do,
right?
brother, can I
You say
finish my
you
It
were
statement?
seems
No,
like
the
you're
done.
let the
running,
brother
bro.
I'm trying
finish.
to
It do
finish
seem like
my
you're running
statement.
right
Trying to
now.
That's
Like
what
you,
I'm
you're
doing.
dancing around the
I'm
question, the
trying to
logic of
finish
it.
my statement. So in order for me to prove that the glyphs, the hieroglyphic, the metadata has been deciphered, translated, and all that, I don't have to produce any kind of chart, anything. A chart won't prove nothing. All I have to do is show and prove through the letters of the hieroglyphics and be able to do it myself through scientific method, and that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to use living African languages that exist right now. I'm going to use that
Okay,
because
I
that's
got a
what he don't
question.
understand. It's
I,
living African languages that people speak right now that's directly related to the Madutu, to their language. And this is how we confirm whether or not the translations of people like Wallace Budge are official or not. For example, if we want to know the translation, if we see a word in the hieroglyphic dictionary, right? And then we find an African language that lives today, which is not in the Afro-Asiatic linguistic family, your information is outdated, extremely outdated. Egyptian language is not Afro-Asiatic, it's a part of the Bantu. And I'm gonna show through other living Bantu languages that it has been. It's gonna be easy,
I
breezy.
don't like that, man. You
Your shit
running from
outdated.
the point
Your
that he
stuff is
making,
real
man. And I
outdated.
believe in you, man. I'm rooting for you, but like I don't like how you running away from it, man.
well, all right.
That
I'm
ain't
running
My
away.
good,
The
man.
date's
question.
already set. You sound
God
stupid.
damn.
My question is this. My question is this. If from my understanding or what I was taught, what I was told was hieratic was more or less the everyday writing system. Like if you had to take notes or you was writing a ledger, if you was as accountant, you would use hieratic, and the Meta Nature was more of like a priestly. It was like the fancy shit, for lack of a better term. Now, my question is this: if we can take the hieratic, and the hieratic says a certain thing, and the Meadow Nature says the same thing. How are we not saying that the Meadow Nature hasn't? I don't understand how we're saying the Meadow Nature has not been deciphered.
Exactly, and that's
Like
my
that.
that's a good point.
Like how do you say that the Hieratic can decipher or can tell us a thing that's going on in ancient Kemet? How can we say that
I'm gonna show you
the
how.
Hieratic?
I'm gonna show you how. You asking a
Do
question now?
you?
Let me show you. You asking a question.
Okay,
I
go
get
ahead.
your question, but I'm gonna show
Okay,
you
just
how.
making sure it was clear. That's all.
Because I'm finna show you how, and I'm gonna show you with documentation, because documentation be conversation. You see this? Do y'all see this up here showing, family?
Yeah, we
It's
see it.
small, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we all
Now
see it. Yeah.
this is hieratic, right? This is the original papyri, right? This is original papyri right here, right? Now let me show you what was done. I keep telling the people right here. They saying they read Egyptian, and they trying to compare certain things. These symbols were compared to those pictures, is what the Egyptologists did. And they created a breakdown based on these alphabets and hid them up under the pictures. The picture was never the language. This is the language, family. This is where it originally came from. Now
That's
let me
not
show you.
true.
Now let me
Oh,
show
hold on.
you.
Didn't it come from
Listen,
the Rosetta Stone?
listen. This is way before the Rosetta Stone, family. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The Rosetta Stone came way during the time of modern days. This is way before the Rosetta Stone. You see? So now let me show you something here, right? All of this is hieratic right here, right? And what they had in these
He fell off.
You still with us?
He fell off.
hieratics is
Y'all
they
still with us?
transcribed
Yeah,
these
you went
text.
on silent. You got to repeat whatever you were saying because you was on silent.
Stated too, right? Listen to this. I ain't got to read the whole thing, just this little bit. Some bibliographical and graphic notes, right? Graphemic notes on the Egyptian hieratic papyri, right? DM 10682. Look it up. Since it's pseudo. The British Museum. This ain't no European. This is a person that's from Japan. Nagai Masakatsu, right? Introduction. Within research in Egyptology and in the field of Egyptian language, when one wishes to study original documents now, written in hieratic script, there's a tendency for scholars to use texts that have been transliterated into hieroglyphs, which should be called transliterated texts, as a primary sources, right? They've been using hieroglyphs. But this author, saddened by this situation and research in Egyptology and the Egyptian language, has presented several papers on research in Middle Egyptian papyri based upon his first-hand study of actual hieratic sources. So what I was just showing y'all here, family, this is the actual source material. This is not hieroglyphics that they thinking about, right? So this is where I land my plane.
Peace Commission.
He said, furthermore, I shifted my focus and I use his tools to deal with my transliteration. Furthermore, I shifted my focus to a later period and conducted research on the original hieratic text written in late Egyptian and carried out research on a papyrus in the collection of the British Museum. That's that same one, BM 10682. Go look that up, people. That's the original source material. And if that's the source material, that means the hieroglyphs came from it. So y'all gonna stop playing with me. At present, based upon data gleaned through that research, I am in the midst of creating a digital database, and I got that database, consisting of photographs of actual hieratic glyphs. And I'm gonna show it to you. That way he can act like he was
Okay,
already.
let me ask you a question, Commission.
Hold up, don't stop me. I'm landing my plane right now.
Okay, go ahead.
In this paper, I know you don't want them to hear this.
Go ahead, brother.
It says in this paper, I take up the hieratic papyrus BM 682 that serve as primary source of this database and summarize my bibliographical and graphemic observation. Now watch what they tell you. The Chester Beatty Papyri, right? This is the Chester Beatty Papyri, right? Watch what they tell you that Allen Gardenia did. Because I don't want to read through everything. Listen to what he said. It says, however, even though all of the text included by Gardenia, because he the one cut that papyri up. It was a long roll, family. Gardenia cut it up into pieces so it be like sheets that we have. He says, however, even though in all of the texts included by Gardenia appear in hieratic in the original manuscript, he published only the hieroglyphic transliterations without any photographs or facsimiles of the original hieratic glyphs. And that's why y'all keep thinking that it's supposed to be translated by pictures instead of the original hieratic language. If you would listen, instead of going off and holding on what E. Wallace Budge, Adolf Ehrman, and all of them told you in Gardenia, you would see that y'all wrong.
All right, let me respond to that.
Talking about I teach metal netta based on no pictures. You do that, so you feel like you got to stick with it.
Okay,
so of course you gonna fight me on this because you don't want to be wrong.
All right, let me respond.
The original texts were hieratic and they were transcribed in the hieroglyphs. I got
leave it right there. Leave it right there. No, go back.
I got hundreds of them, family.
No. Go back to where you was just at. Go back to where you was just at, brother. Go back.
Oh, you talking about the source I was just reading?
What you was reading from? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go right back.
Go right there.
There it goes.
All right. Now go back up. Go up, please.
I'm gonna go up. You ain't finna do nothing but kill yourself.
Okay. Hold on.
Ain't none of this gonna support you.
Go to the part where it was
right
reading.
Up to the top is the only place
it says right I screenshotted it. It says okay, right here, right there.
This is it.
Okay, hold on. Let me read this to the family.
Make yourself look crazy out here.
Hold on, let me read this.
Go ahead.
This is how you get past a fast talker and a person, a trickster and a fast talker. Let's read this. It says right after the guy 2010, 2010B, all the quotes and citations. It says, furthermore, I shifted my focus to a later period and conducted research on original hieratic texts written in late Egyptian. Now, let me share my screen real quick, brother JJ, sister Karima. If you could take his down, let me share. He says he focused on original hieratic text written in late Egyptian. Hold on, brother. Let me respond to this.
So, Khonshu, don't make it look like it's contentious because I'm not trying to contend with you.
Okay, listen, I'm just trying to share my screen.
I'm finna let you share it.
Okay.
But let me share this before I let you share it.
No. But see what I'm saying? No. He's trying to stop me in the middle of my point. Now, you can't do this during the debate. You can't do this during the
middle of what I was saying.
I didn't stop you. I asked to speak and you let me speak. No. I asked to speak and you let me speak. Now you trying to cut me off in the middle of me trying to present mine.
Commission, he was patient while you went into your get down. Let the brother get down. Don't do that, brother. Don't do that, brother. Please don't do that, Commission.
Don't do that to you.
Don't do that, Commission. Come on, bro.
Hold up. I'm finna let
bro, don't do that, Commission. Let the man get down, bro. You was done, bro. You was done, bro. Bro, you was done, bro. The man started reading, you start cutting him off.
You was,
bro.
Hold on. He just allowed him to speak. He said he wasn't done. So if he wasn't done, he just allowed him to speak. He still want to gang back the floor so he can land his
Go ahead, man. Take another 30 minutes, but I'm gonna bust your ass on that because I got a screenshot.
We gonna go to the actual measure right here. Now let me show you something right here, family. This is the website the brother was talking about. Now, since you saying you dealing with this new measure, I'm finna kill that what you think you finna bring out before you get there. When is the
so you're gonna kill something that I haven't even said yet?
Hold up.
That you think I'm gonna say.
Hold up.
That's why you wanted to stop me. You can't do this in the debate, man. You're the king of pseudo judo.
Hold up. Stop talking while I'm talking.
Now you done already cut me off twice. Player don't work like that. And in the debate, it won't work like that. So be a man and be honorable. And know that you just got your ass busted because you're trying to refer to hieratic text in the late period of the Egyptians.
I ain't got busted
Egyptian
at
language.
All. You trying
you
to
know
talk
you done got your
over what
ass
I'm
busted
right now.
Late period of the Egyptian text.
Mute him, Karima.
Don't run from this debate,
nigga. Mute him, Karima. because he ran for me already. Stop.
Boy,
playing.
set the debate up in the time
People
up.
know Commission ain't never ran.
Lady Egyptian. So, you killed yourself with Lady Egyptian.
Will you mute this guy if he talk over me again? Now, anybody in this audience that's looking at this know that the old kingdom go back very far, right? So when he mentioned that in that documentation, he also mentioned this website. And this is his website right here, brother. And in this website, this is all the way back during the 5th dynasty. That's before the Middle Kingdom. Now, I got more in here that go back way further than this, to 0 dynasty. You feel me? So don't make me do that. I will pull that out in the debate, though. You see, so you eating yourself up right now.
Okay, now let me share my screen now. Now let me share my screen now. Now let me share my screen now.
And I'm gonna let you kill yourself.
Yeah, okay. All right, pseudo judo. Let me present this. Because what he said was he was presenting old. He said he was presenting old hieratic and late Egyptian. So you can see my screen real easily. He's slick too. You see my screen?
No.
I'm trying to share it. I'm sharing it. All right, there you go.
There. It's more.
Now it says the late dynastic. This is from UCLA Egypt Encyclopedia of Egyptology by Ivan Ladian, originally in Arabic. It says the late dynastic period. This is the chart of the late dynastic period. Dynasties 28 through 30. The late dynastic period comprised dynasties 28 through 30 ruled Egypt from 404 to 343 BC between the first and second Persian domination and later period being the eve of the Macedonian conquest of Egypt. Thus, it actually became the last period of Egyptian influence under native pharaonic rule. For him to try to say that any hieratic was in full form, and he even said dynasty 0. He said he talking about pre-dynastic. It wasn't even a meta script in pre-dynastic in general, let alone hieratic. So what I'm gonna do, very simply, all I'm gonna do, I'm gonna show the oldest written inscriptions of the hieroglyphic, or what they call the term, the hieroglyphic form, as opposed to the hieratic form. And I'm going to show those inscriptions older than what he said the hieratic was in 2600 BC. I'm going to show it older than the Sumerian writings, and I'm going to show that it does apply phonetic value, or what we as linguists call the rebus principle. Because he's buried himself in everything that is really said. He says it don't have phonetic value, don't apply rebus principle. The oldest is 2600. It's Afro-Asiatic. I'm going to debunk all of that. And that's it. So
okay, so he just showed y'all stuff from the 26th dynasty. Well, I just showed y'all hieratic in the 5th dynasty.
You showed a chart. No, you didn't show hieratic in the 5th dynasty. You showed a chart. You showed a chart. You didn't show any hieratic from the 5th dynasty. Show me hieratic. And I'm not saying that it didn't exist at that time. I'm not saying it didn't exist. I'm saying that it grew out of the hieroglyphic block script.
Check this out.
That's all I'm saying.
Check this out right here, bro. You out of there. And I'm finna
when we gonna set up the debate, my brother? When the time is?
Last thing I'm sharing right here. And I'm trying to help you out, but you ain't gonna be able to get around this. This is all I got to say. I ain't gonna go back and forth with you because I'm finna drag you.
Let's just set up the debate, brother.
I'm gonna drag you for the sake of the fact that you think that you know what you're talking about, and I'm trying to tell you, bro, in good words, just because you want to be in opposition. Now,
okay,
this is
set up the date.
Hold up. It's already set up. We done set it up already.
Then let me say another thing, Commission. You said you was against divination. No. You said you was against divination. And divination wasn't good, but you have the nerve to call yourself a commission. The ancient commissions practice divination. The ancient commissions practice divination. You a fake commission, boy. You a Moorish Christian. You ain't no damn commission.
You just said you were done, bro. And when I start building, you come right up in here trying to talk over something to save face. Stop it. This is original. This is the Chester Beatty paper. For those who went into 10-682, this is the whole document. The reason it's in pieces like this because Gardenia cut it in pieces. So the brother in that page is actually dealing with the hieratic language. The only one doing it. Commission tapped into it. And that is his website. This is the Chester Beatty pattern. Now let me show you the hieroglyphic transliteration. Now I want to ask to the honest people in the audience right now, which one is original? Which one is the original source material that brother was talking about? Is it this hieratic script right here, or what they transcribed into these symbols? Is it this hieratic script right here, or what they transcribed into these symbols? You see, if you listen instead of talking, you can learn something. I'm trying to show you how they covered it up. That's why I said,
when is the date for the debate?
Stop,
I have to go. I have to go. When is the date so I know when to prepare? When is the date so I know when to prepare? I don't want to see your pseudo presentation. Sunday at 5. All right, peace.
Sunday at 5. I know you running. But anyway, he running. So this is what I'm talking about, family. What I was reading to y'all, and I'm going to cut down at this here. Allen Gardenia basically cut this paper up. It was a long paper. You know, where you can roll it up. He cut it in half. That's what the dude was just referring to. Masikatu Katsu was saying. You know, Sakai Masikatu. He was saying that he cut this up and he didn't take pictures of these. He only gave you the transcription. And that's why today everybody think they dealing with Kemet is dealing with this. That's why when I asked him, well, can you read the hieratic? Because if you can't read the hieratic, you know, then you really don't know anything about what you claim you know something about, because they transcribe these letters into this. These pictures that they chose trying to make them look like. I'm going to show you what they did. That's why he said he was saddened by this being the case. So this is what the European did, right? They seen this letter here, right? They seen this particular letter, you know, word. This is actually a word. This is Medjet. Medjet is this word here. Right? And so they took this particular scroll in the, like your boy did, Champollion, and compared this to this and say, all right, this is the same as this. You see, this they trying to say is a papyrus scroll. Now, when you look at this, you see there is no relation between these two things. The European, that's how they came up with the alphabet, family. Commission exposing it. And then that's where the transliteration coming from. This, not this. You see, this has always been metaphysical. This is the alphabet. You see, so they did the same thing with this, for example, A1. Y'all got to see this, and then you'll understand exactly what's going on. They say this is a woman right here, right? Okay, we can deal with that as a picture, but it's not an alphabet. So they went and they said, well, let me go find what it is that I can compare to anything. Now, he showed y'all something from the 25th dynasty. All of these are coming from papyri in different dynasties. He talking about he showed you a symbol. No, bro. This comes from papyri and it's telling you the kingdom, and sometimes even giving you the pharaoh or the king or the ruler that was ruling. Very thorough when they put this together. Commission the verse one to show y'all this. You see what I'm saying? Ain't nobody else in Egyptology ever taught and showed you this. And it goes all the way from the old kingdom to the 6th dynasty, first intermediary period. All this is hieratic though. But don't none of these look like that woman they got up there, family. Egyptology has been getting away with this for years. Here it is again. Here's the head of a man. You know good and well that head don't look nothing like this alphabet right here. Stop it. But that's how they put together the hieroglyphs under the Ptolemaic system through Champollion, family. Commission done, the jig is up. I done exposed this European and y'all trying to defend them. Because y'all making money off our people talking about y'all teaching them metal netta. And if I do this, then you can't teach it no more. Because it don't make sense. I understand what you're going through. Look at that. Do that look like a head to you out there? Do any of these different evolution of this alphabet look like that head? If you say that right there, you got to be out your mind. And that's all they did. That's why I say to know this. Look at this. They tried to put in the eye. Okay. So they say, okay, we're going to put the eye up here. We're going to get that off the wall and compare that. Look real good, don't it? Look real good, don't it? You see? But then you go into symbols and emblems that don't look nothing like that. And the more you come up into the dynasties and the kingdoms, see this new kingdom way down here. He brought y'all talking about the late kingdom. You see what I'm saying? We can go on and on and on. You know, with all these different things they tried to make into different symbols,
And some of the things where they even mix cursive hieroglyphs up in there to try to get their rocks out. You know what I mean? So I'm telling you, family, this dude is out of there when it comes to dealing with this thing. This is the only website that you can get in hieratic. I teach my people out of it. That's how we was able to learn it. We've been transliterating and we found some errors. This is also the website too, where I vet a lot of this stuff, you know, because Moeller was the one who did a lot of this as well. I was dealing with Moeller's tool before that, and it tells you actually the transliteration of all of that. So Kamishi can go through, you know, particular texts and show you transliterations. Other than him, he can't do that. You see what I'm saying? I went through here and checked it, and they in error. For example, I'm gonna just point some things out. For example, that's Erie. That's That's A right there. That's two late A's. Erie. This is R, the letter R. This is Y. This is M. This is N. Two N's actually. Then we have another A-R. This is the letter H-R, hitter. Yeah, I mean, I can go throughout this whole thing, but I ain't got to prove that right there at this particular point. Just know that when Commission say that he know what he talking about, he know what he talking about. There go my transliteration for those who want to see them. That's my transliteration right there. And when I deal with the pictorial symbols, I deal with them metaphysically. I don't deal with them as no alphabets. And this is my metaphysical example in the closing aspect of landing this plane right here. Get that thing right there. Get it up off of him. I told y'all about playing with me. Here it is right here. Okay, here it is right here. Listen to what it says. It says, nevertheless, we must talk about this kind of writing which Egyptians call sacred, hieroglyphs. Indeed, in their writing, this is not the arrangement of syllables, which conveys the idea to express, but metaphorical meaning linked to objects that are copied and transposition etched into the memory by long exercise. This is the original thought that these things were not alphabets until Champollion came along. Here's Tacitus that wrote the same thing. The first ones, Egyptians used animal figures animalium to represent ideas, sensus mensis. These monuments, the oldest of human history, still can be seen engraved in stone. So all of these people agreed that these were metaphorical, metaphysical. And some of these people were Egyptian priests now. Some of this stuff coming from the works of Egyptian priests, family. So they believed this prior to Champollion coming in here. See it here? I want to explain the theological mode of Egyptians. Indeed, they imitate universal nature and divine creation when they produce symbolical copies of mystical and intellectual things, hidden, invisible. In the same way, the nature expressed in symbolical manner, the invisible reasons by apparent forms. That divine creation sketches the truth of ideas by visible copies. As for countless symbolical figures called hieroglyphics, it is an ancient authority of the original wisdom which made them knowable. While the Israelites were still sojourning in Egypt, Moses was born, and being reared in the palace of the Egyptian king was instructed in the wisdom of the Egyptians. Having also from his own observations, accepting the sphere, made himself acquainted with astronomy, or even with magic and hieroglyphic letters, or I should rather say symbolic of them, for as letters were unknown. You see, there were no letters. Letters were unknown. So these were pictures. So it says another glitch.
Can you read that line again? What did it say?
You say, what did it say? Talking about the other one I was reading?
Letters is what?
Unknown. You want me to go back to it, JJ?
Yeah, go back to it one more time.
Yeah, it says right here.
Yes, Rockwell, I hope you're listening.
Yes, sir. It says, having also from his own observations accepting the sphere, and made himself acquainted with astronomy and even with magic and hieroglyphic letters, he says, or as I should rather say the symbols of letters, for as yet letters were unknown. So don't, one ever say, he said letter. No, they telling you that letters were unknown. They were referring to the symbols. So it says the Egyptian hieroglyphs as a priest prerogative. Another glitch about Egyptian hieroglyphs can be seen in another author's works in the idea that hieroglyphics would be the prerogative of a small part of the population, namely the priests, jealously keeping their secrets. Thus, Apuleius talks about rituals and books keeping the magical mysteries of the priests from the uninitiated persons. There, after having celebrated and established form the ritual of temple opening, having executed the morning sacrifice, he, the priest, pulls from a hiding place at the bottom of the sanctuary some books. It said where were drawn unknown characters, Litteris ignorabilis on the first ones, and animal figures, right? Figures modi animalium. So they had one dealing with alphabets and one dealing with what they call figures animalium, in other words, hieroglyphics. Of every kind were abridged in expression of liturgical formulas. So they're telling you that these symbols with the animals are formulas. They're not in the form that you think they are, alphabets as a letter. It says on others, knobby, rounded line, the shape of a wheel, retracting like vines, tendrils shielded, and the lecture text from the curiosity of the uninitiated. So they saying that this particular writing, that the priest knew that the uninitiates were not able to have this stuff. You see what I'm saying? They wanted, and this is Diodorus Siculus again. Egyptians have two particular kinds of writing. The first one called common, learned by everybody. That's what I'm talking about. Middle rate and hieratic. Other called sacred, only known by the priest and taught to them from father to son among secret things. So how can the people later come and say they have the knowledge of this metal netta when it was only taught from father to son? And you got people that came into the culture later. See, that's where y'all don't get it. And this is a picture of my formula right here. You know, showing our people the formula of what we talking about. That's how Commission deal with decipherment. I don't deal with it as alphabet. These are formulas, family. So right here, right, what I did, I showed here Medjet. Remember I was telling y'all about the scroll being Medjet, right? And I really didn't have to add this here because that's really an indicator. But I put the hieratic letters up here. Sweat. This is coming from the dictionary of Egyptian dictionary, right? So what I did is went into this particular measure, reverse engineered it back into hieratic because we know that's where it came from. And then I broke these pictures down in metaphysics in formula, which is called anaglyphic formula. So what I did is through math, I was able to deal with the adding of these words according to gematria, and I came up with the word ehau. 1 plus 5 equals 6. And when you add all of that up, you know, I got that from here too, the 15. 9 plus 6 here.
Hey, where is Khonsu? Is he still on here?
That's dealing with lithium and that's dealing with beryllium. These are two.
No, Apostle ain't on here.
These have to do with batteries, you know, being able to have energy, right? That's what these elements represent. I went to the periodical table and you deal with gematria that way, it taps into the actual elements. So in the book of the Egyptian alphabetical creation cycle written by Mustafa Gadala, which he drew from the same sources that I showed y'all a few minutes ago, Hair Apollo, this is the breakdown. A is alpha, the one and all. This is what they taught. H is the divine infusion, right? W represents connectivity between the upper and lower realms. These are original Egyptology before Champollion. This is Apollo work right here. So when you look at that and you take these letters and put them together and you add them up and see connectivity between upper and lower realms and the alpha one and all and the divine infusion, this is dealing with energy. So this translates into the electrical conductivity with exactly zero resistance. Even though these
hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. You hold on, bro. God damn, man. Why we can't have a dialogue? Why we gotta listen to a lecture?
I'm finna if you let me finish this.
God damn.
Between 9 and that, add that 9 to 6, right? You got 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, which equals the same amount of this special word. And this word in root of swa'a means to make endure, to last long. to stay in house, length in life, last long, which has to do with energy. Electrical conductivity with exactly zero condition. That's how Commission deal with it. So this here would be a mantra to me. And I land my plane. Say, way, hey, medjet. And you can tap into that that energy if you have the knowledge of being able to exercise heka. That's how Commission teach it. Not
Okay,
by
well,
no
the
dang on
point,
put no alphabet in no box.
you just told us 5 minutes ago that if if you're not part of the priesthood or a son of a priest and it's ear to mouth, you can't translate it. But then you turn around and translate it.
I'm an
Like,
adept.
man, you
And
can't
I
be
was
double.
taught
You
through the
can't
line of the priesthood by that.
you double speaking us,
No,
bro.
I ain't.
You
I'm an
double speaking
adept.
us. Hold on, let me
I'm an
finish.
adept. I
Can I
am a
finish?
priest.
Can I
I
finish,
am a
bro?
priest.
Can I finish?
I was taught through the line.
Bro,
I'm answering your question.
bro, I'm not done speaking though.
You can't build no
So what?
premise upon
Listen
me.
to what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're making a claim that nobody back in that time period, when they're saying that it was being deciphered, transliterated, whatever way you want to say it, you're saying that that you got the knowledge that nobody else had, that it's just you, that nobody else in that time period, nobody else in ancient Kemet, nobody else in that area was able to look at the glyphs and give a proper translation. You saying that none of those people were around to do that. I think that's intellectual dishonesty, bro.
No.
But
Hey,
you can do it.
You
can I
listening,
say something real quick?
you
Can I say
fairly
something?
picking out of what I said. I
I can't.
said they always taught it as symbolic and
Yeah,
metaphysical.
that's what he
That's what
said.
I said. I
All right,
said
hold
it
on.
was always taught
Yeah,
metaphysically
I
and
think
symbolic.
that's the main issue
That's
is
what you ain't getting.
people are
Can y'all hear me?
they're interpreting as you got all the answers and everybody else is wrong. I think that's where you're gonna
That's what
have
the problem is,
a
Can
my
lot
I
of the
brother.
pushback.
can I
That's
join
exactly.
can I join the conversation real
Yes,
quick?
sir. Go ahead,
All
fam.
right, thank you. El Yarah's coming back at 7 p.m. Eastern time, and he's going to do his presentation. So we got like about 45 more minutes, and then we come back and let him do his presentation. Go ahead,
Yes,
y'all.
sir. Yes, sir. I just want to say this right here, like the brother said, that's the problem, bro. They thinking I'm saying I got all the answers, but what I'm showing them is originally the ancestors didn't use no alphabet. They metaphysically interpreted these things. How do I know? Because that's how we teach it in my circle. If you go into the way that we see that brother Yehoshua, when Yehoshua went into the pyramids and he was initiated in our teaching, we are taught that he sat in the midst and observed those things. And then he came forth with a meaning. So I ain't making this up. This is what we taught as Egyptian adepts through my lineage. And that's
Bro,
nothing different from what was demonstrated prior to that.
you literally said in no uncertain terms, this is what I teach, this is how I teach it. But them people back in that time was teaching it and saying it wrong. Like
No,
you've
I
been
say they was teaching it like I teach
listen,
it, Mudawa.
listen to
You
what I'm
saying
saying,
that.
brother. Listen to what
You
I'm
saying
saying.
that.
Listen to what
I'm
I'm
saying
saying, brother.
Champonian was wrong.
Bruh.
Get
We
me
can't
right. Quote me
let
right.
us talk. We can. The only way to have a
Quote me
dialogue is to
right
level.
though. Quote
The
me right
only way
though,
to
bro.
have a dialogue is for one person to
Mudawa,
speak,
quote
one
me
person
right
to
though.
listen, and then the other person to speak.
Mudawa, I
Family,
don't mind you
family,
speaking,
family,
but
family,
quote me right
family.
though.
But family,
Accept
family.
correction when you're wrong, bro. You
We
misquote me.
can get to that, family. But
You misquote me though.
you can't keep talking over me though, bro.
But stop misquoting
I
me.
might be ready. I might be about to apologize if I misquoted you, but you still have to be adult enough and cognizant enough to be quiet and let someone else talk. That's called dialogue, bro. We just gave you an hour of monologue, family. You just had an hour of monologue, being able to say whatever the fuck you wanted to say, however you wanted to
Do
say
you
it.
have
Nobody,
anything to say,
bro,
Mudawa?
I'm saying it.
Can you say it? What you got to say?
Bro, bro, bro,
Instead of
bro,
talking about me, can you present
bro,
information?
bro, bro. Please, man. Please,
They
man.
get what you trying to push. Say
Okay,
what you got to
never
say
mind,
about the
fam.
information.
Y'all have a good day, bro.
See, that's what
This
I'm
why,
talking about.
yeah,
You can
this
never
why.
address the
No,
information, bro.
I'm not
You
about
never
addressing
have
the
nothing to
information.
back
I'm
up what
addressing character right now. I'm
you.
addressing character right
No,
now.
that's the problem. You
I'm
trying to
addressing
assassinate my
character.
character, and that
I ain't
ain't
trying
gonna
to
happen.
assassinate your character. I'm
That
trying to
ain't gonna
address
happen. That's the
character.
problem.
I'm trying to
You
address
focusing more on
character.
me than the
I'm
information,
trying to
and that ain't
address
gonna happen.
character.
You
Character is like
twisting
you
up
got to
what I
let other
said.
people speak,
You
bro.
didn't listen to what I said.
Bro, you got other character is letting other people speak,
No,
brother.
character
Brother,
is
good character
not
is
cutting
letting
into
other people
somebody's
speak,
wisdom.
bro. Good character is letting
Character is
other
not
people
cutting into
speak, brother.
somebody's wisdom and
Good
letting them finish
character is
before
letting
you try
other
to cut
people
them off.
speak, brother. We just
Character is
gave you an
listening,
hour of
Mudawar.
monologue. We gave you an hour
An
of
hour you
monologue,
trying to cut
brother.
into what I was saying.
Brother,
Just
we
wait
gave
for
you an
me to go
hour
there
of
and let me talk.
monologue, family.
And
We
now
gave
you
you
want
an
to play like
hour of
you ain't had no
monologue.
ability to talk.
Bro,
You've
we
been
gave you
talking
an
together,
hour
bro.
of monologue, family.
We okay,
Okay,
bro.
hold
Bro,
on. Wait,
I hear
wait,
you,
wait,
bro.
wait.
I hear you.
Okay, wait. Please. What you got? Whose turn is it? I stepped away. I'm sorry. What happened?
The
I'm
thing
just
is Mutawad, we
look,
trying
there
to
you
give
go.
him the opposite opportunity to speak, but he want to speak about my character rather than speaking. I'm asking him to respond to the information. So my thing is speak on the information and bring proof of what you're saying. We don't want to hear your opinion.
I was literally speaking on the information. Everything you said was your opinion. If you don't like it, I simply don't give a fuck, sir. I'm saying if we gave you the latitude to speak and didn't interrupt you, have enough respect to let the next man have the same thing. My brother, that's all the fuck I'm saying, man. Don't sit up here and act like this is a goddamn lecture. If I wanted a lecture, I'd pay tuition and take
Do
my ass
you
down there
have
to
anything to say
USC.
about the information?
Yes, I do, bro.
Let's say it.
Yes, I
All that
do.
cursing and all that there, bro. That tough guy stuff don't mean
It
nothing.
ain't no
You
tough
know,
guy shit. It's
yeah, it is.
frustrated
Because
guy
when we was
shit.
in person, you already know how to go down.
In
Killer
person,
or no
what's gonna
killer.
happen in person? What's gonna
Killer
happen
or
in
no
person,
killer.
bro? What's
Killer
gonna
or
happen
no
in
killer.
person,
Stop
bro?
it. Stop it with the
What's gonna happen in
gangsterism.
person, bro? I ain't
Stop it.
talking no gangster
Stop it with
shit.
the
I'm talking
gangsterism.
grown man
Stop
shit, man.
playing.
This ain't gangster shit.
Why you got the curse though?
Bro,
Did I
this is
curse?
grown
Did I
man
curse?
shit,
Did
bro.
I
You
curse
acting
you,
like a
bro?
child, my
Did I
guy.
curse you?
My guy, you're acting like a
Bro,
child,
you
my
don't want
guy.
one acting like a
You
child.
acting like a child,
I
my
asked you to
guy.
present your
Brother,
information and
you
you just
acting like a
mad that I
child, my guy.
well, present your information, Mudawa. I'm silent.
Thank you,
Present the
brother.
proof of what you saying. We want to see the information now, not you running your guns. Show us the proof to rebut what I'm saying.
I simply asked a question. I said that according to what you said during your monologue, the only way that this stuff was to get translated, transliterated, or whatever was mouth to ear by people initiated in the priesthood. And I said, if that be the case, how can you turn around and do the same thing 3,000 years later and you ain't initiated in their craft? You ain't one of their initiates, and then you got offended, and then you start telling me how you're an adept and this, that, and other, and you wanted to re-hijack the conversation again and start running off at the mouth. I'm saying if the qualifications to being able to decipher this stuff is being a part of the priesthood, I get that. I'm not disputing that, but according to you, your specific words, these individuals had to be a part of the priesthood, or they would not understand what the hell this shit is saying. But here you come 3,000 years later saying, fuck the priesthood. I know what it says. How are you able to do that without us questioning you, sir? Go.
Okay, because again, I'm going to say it again. Prophet Noble Drew Ali was initiated in the priesthood. He went to Kemet. And what he learned from Kemet, he brought back to us. And only those who go through these chambers that we demonstrate will know that, sir. That's why I know it. And that's the way we teach. If you go into our Moorish Holy Quran, it tell you that Yehoshua, who was an adept, a neophyte, went into the chambers and was told to sit there by the Egyptian hierophant and read what's on the wall. So the methodology that we use is the same methodology that was used by the other people, as I showed you per the source that I presented. I showed you in the original sources prior to the 19th century, they didn't deal with them as alphabets. They were metaphorical. And I just gave you a metaphorical interpretation through the priesthood that I come from. That's what I'm saying. Now, what priesthood do you come from to say otherwise?
Whether I come from a priesthood or not is not the question.
Oh my God.
That's not the question
I'm
at
through talking
all.
about
That's
it,
a
bro.
goalpost move. You
I'm through
asked me a
talking about it,
question
bro.
and I'm answering it.
I
You
know I
asked
can't
me a
get nowhere with you,
you
bro, so
asked
I
me a
know it ain't gonna
direct
be nothing but an
question.
argument.
Yeah, it ain't no
I'm gonna just
argument.
body
I'm giving you
bag
direct
punch you.
question.
I'm a body
Right.
bag punch you, and I want you to root like a cheerleader on the sideline
It
for
ain't
me
no
while I do it.
cheerleading, bro. I want to see
But
some
one
healthy
thing about
dialogue.
me, I produce proof on everything I say. Everything I
I
said,
understand,
you
bro. I
just
get it.
talking, bro.
I get it, bro.
That's the only thing I
You
say
got
about you,
200
Mutawar.
slides. I get
I
it.
ain't against you or nothing, right?
I ain't
But you
against you
like to
either.
talk and think that your talking
I ain't
can
against
debunk
you either,
actual
brother.
scholarship, bro.
I ain't against you either.
Who do you think
You
that's
got
like me?
200 slides. You got
And
200
you ain't
slides. I
presented
ain't
none.
against you.
You
Bro,
ain't never, I ain't see, I ain't
you
never
got
seen you
200
present that,
slides.
brother.
You got 200 slides of your information, your
No, that's
sources.
not my
I get it.
information. That's different scholars.
Right.
From
I
the
get it, bro. I
University of
get it.
Chicago, by the way.
I get
The
it,
chief
bro.
people that's out here in authority of Egyptology, by the way.
I get it, bro.
They
I
tell
get
you
it.
that hieratic was first, bro.
I get it, bro. I
This
get
ain't
it.
just Commission saying it.
I
This is
get
them
it.
saying it. And I just showed you the original papyri compared to what was printed on something. And you still bucket.
I'm
So I'm
not
gonna let
bucking.
you
I'm
have that.
asking questions. See, this is the problem with a lot of niggas in our community, and I don't mean to call you a nigga, but this is the problem with a lot
Hey,
of
I ain't
niggas
worried
in
about
our
that, bro.
community. As soon as someone
I got
asks
you.
questions that's not in total agreement with the shit that they saying out their mouth, all of a sudden they get butthurt and get
Bro, I ain't
combative.
mad. I'm not mad. I'm saying show me a source, bro. You the one cussing. Commission ain't up here
I'm
cussing.
not
You
here
just
to
used to be
do.
talking in a
I'm
low
not, brother.
tone. So when I
Brother,
raise
I'm
my
not here.
octave, now I'm mad. I ain't
Good
mad.
brother, good brother. I'm not here
Let,
to do a presentation. I'm just asking questions. I don't have to provide sources. I'm asking questions to move the
Okay, I rest my case
dialogue
then, brother.
along.
real
I
quick.
rest my case.
Did Open and Knowledge get to speak? He on the panel.
Nah,
Go
I
ahead.
just came on. I'm listening to
Yeah,
them. I'm waiting. I'm like
Okay.
Truist,
Go
man. I'm
ahead,
waiting.
family.
I'm
I
waiting. Go
yield the
ahead.
floor.
Yeah,
Let
open
that brother
knowledge is
speak.
another detractor, bro. He just coming up here to go back and forth because he with that cat Renegade J.
Oh
You know
man,
what I mean?
Open
I
and
already
Knowledge,
know what
man
side
ain't
it is.
slow.
Yeah, he a detractor.
Hey,
I can show you the videos on it, bro. He mad
hey,
because I
listen.
got on that dude Renegade J.
Go
Sister
get the
Karima
dark
seen the
side.
video, so she already
Miami.
seen
Hey,
it, so we
JJ.
already know what's going on.
What's
JJ.
up? What's
Can
up?
I
you
met
deal with the
you. I
information?
met you personally, bro. I came
Yeah,
on your channel personally. I showed
yeah,
you my whole fucking family.
yeah. I
I've been
remember.
supporting your channel way
That
Yeah,
before
ain't
I
got
know of
nothing to
some
do
yeah,
with
yeah.
the
goddamn
way you
He
coming
commission,
to
had
bro.
me, though.
permission. Yeah, he
Before
had.
I know of some, before
But
I
that
knew
ain't
who
got nothing to do
Renegade
with you
J
talking to
was,
me, though.
Brother
I've
ain't
been
said
supporting
10
this
words and you
channel, bro.
cutting them off.
Cause I
I've
already
been
know
here.
who he is, and he
My
been at
cousin
me. They been
is
on my
Zion
heel for the last
Warchild,
2
dog.
weeks, making videos about me. Him and
Listen, man.
Renegade J.
Listen, I don't got nothing to do with you and your
So
so-called student, who you call your so-called student,
yeah,
who
bro,
you
you
say
was
you
on the
taught.
videos. Karima
Listen, bro,
already
hold
seen
up,
it,
man.
bro.
Man,
God
come on.
damn, man.
Come on,
JJ,
Commission.
See
this is
that?
what I'm
There it
talking
go,
about,
right there.
JJ. He
See what I'm
came on
saying?
your show. He came on your show one night talking shit about me,
See what I'm
Renegade
saying?
J, and Top Cat, and then
See what I'm
had
saying?
Karima them agreeing with it, but they
See?
only knew half of the story.
See?
And he made us look bad. But the
See?
shit is, I'm wondering, what the fuck did I do? I ain't
What
never
you
even
doing right
gave
now?
a
All right. Well,
I didn't never
hey,
even,
Karima,
I never made
let him
no
speak.
goddamn
Yeah.
no
I'm not
presentation or
them.
no nothing on information. So why was my name brought into it? Your so-called student asked you a question. You got fucking mad. You didn't want to answer your student question. You asked him for a debate. He asked you, okay, when? Now you goes on other people's channel, bro. I didn't even want to take it here, but we got proof. You went on Unscrambled Minds. You went on all them shit talking about us, bro. You goddamn right he gonna make videos about you. You told him, you told me that the book that he was teaching me out of, the Quran, like it's one Quran, you said that you gave him that book. So the man asked you, well, if you gave it to him, he showed you a date where he got that book. He was not in your class then. So that right there kills you. He asked you, well, read it. Read in Arabic then. You couldn't do that. I told you this man was teaching me Arabic. Just because he's teaching me Arabic don't mean I have to be in the religion, my brother.
Okay. Now, anybody that done been up here that know me, because I've been on the line then longer than you met JJ, they done seen me teach Arabic and go into it many a times.
You say
So
you
you
teach
don't know
Moorish
what you're
Arabic.
talking about. You just
You say
assuming.
you teach Moorish Arabic. What the fuck is
No, I didn't
Moorish
say
Arabic?
nothing about no Moorish Arabic. See, there
All
you
right,
go.
now
You're
you want to
lying. Now
show,
you're lying.
saying
Now
that.
you're
You want to
lying.
show saying
Now
that.
you're lying. Now you're
Okay.
lying. You say you dealing with
All right.
Arabic, right?
All right.
So
Okay.
you know Arabic, right? You know Arabic, right?
No, I don't know no Arabic. My
Okay, all
dog is
right, because I
teaching
was
me
getting
that.
ready to put something up here for you
Yeah,
to read.
he's teaching me that.
I
But
teach
you
Arabic.
said that he's teaching me something else, but the man is
Okay,
teaching me
now this
Arabic.
is what
Just
it
because
is.
he's younger than me don't mean I can't learn.
This is
But
what
one
it
thing
is
about
here.
y'all older teachers,
This is
and
what
I'm
it
an
is
older
right
person
here.
too, bro. I'm in my 40s. One thing about
Why
y'all
do
older
y'all
teachers,
stop
though,
speaking? And when I
y'all don't
start
want the
speaking, y'all
student to
get
come and
Listen,
offended? Now
come
question
on,
y'all
y'all.
y'all.
cut me off.
The
Karima,
student
can
can't
you
never come and
gotta
question
mute the
y'all,
panel,
or
please?
the student can never be smarter than y'all. That's
Okay.
where the problem
See what
lies
I'm
in at.
saying? See what
Anybody
I'm
that's a
saying? You
real
do.
teacher,
I'm
they should
saying
want
this
their
ain't
student to be
edifying, y'all.
way
This ain't
smarter than them.
edifying right now. Come
Yeah,
on.
but Judah,
Word.
if he stopped speaking and I starts speaking, then you should check him. Don't wait till I start speaking and act like I'm the one that's up here cutting him off.
No, I'm
If he
trying to cut.
stops speaking
That's what the
and
fuck
it's
I
my
do.
time to speak, then let me speak. And then you won't have to hit me trying to get back in where he cut me off at. Because that's what they do. Mudawa did the same thing. Khonshu was doing the same thing, bro.
Brother, we let you speak for damn near 2 hours, man. This video been going
See
for
what I'm
4
saying?
hours. 2.5 of it been your
See what I'm
voice.
saying?
Stop playing.
And a whole while in them hours, you were cutting into my bill.
Ain't no,
Go
brother,
back and look at it.
I got off the phone, took a
Go back
shower,
and look
made
at
me
it,
some
bro.
food, and
Like,
sent
who
my
asked you to
girl off to
speak
a
just
party.
then? Who asked
What
you
the
to cut
fuck?
into what I was saying just then? Who asked you to cut into what I was saying just then?
Brother, while you was bumping your gums, I
Who
took
asked
a
you?
shower,
Who
cooked some
asked you, bro?
food, and sent my girl off to a
Who asked you,
party.
bro? That
Man,
ain't got
come on,
nothing to
bro.
do
You
with it.
long-winded
Hey,
guy.
listen,
Everybody
hold
know
on.
you
Whoa,
long-winded.
whoa, everybody.
I'm gonna keep saying what I
Y'all
said.
don't pay attention to the chat, but we got people that are coming over and visiting, and I invited some people over. Let's just talk about something else. All right. Now we're supposed to have a debate here today, but the brother, I guess he got scared and ran off. So YAHRAH has moved on to the second round. We do have other debates lined up. The commission and Kansu will be debating their debate next Sunday. It's the first round debate. They will face the winner of the Asar M. Ka Ha Amayan debate, which is Thursday. You know what I'm saying? So we need like 3 more debates set up the 16-man bracket. We had started off with a 32 for those who don't know, but Black Jesus Minister and JJ 7000 has parted ways as far as business partners, and I think that's the best thing to do to keep the confusion down. We've been doing this over here for a couple of years now. Black Jesus Debate League is new, so he needs to learn how to work as a team. That's the only way it can work. It's just not all this dictatorship. I. It's not going to work, Black Jesus. You got to think about what the debaters. See, I'm here for the debaters, bro. I want that. I'm here for their best interests, not just.
All right, so what do you think is a good topic? Name out some topics, and
Hey, wait up!
I'll tell you.
Whoa! Who is that,
The Zad.
bro? Was I not? Was I not speaking?
Oh, my bad. I had stepped away from my computer.
But still, bro, come on, man. That's the problem, everybody. Everybody just jump in and don't respect the person that's speaking.
My bad. Go ahead.
They call him the Slim Reaper. He's coming over here soon. He's gonna be, hey, the coldest Christian I ever met. I think this guy could be one of the top debaters out here. And he won't smoke with anybody on his panel, anybody that's involved in the Lion Den Universal Debate League. This guy, I seen him beat up Garfield. I seen Chris run from him because he slapped him around. I'm just telling the truth. I seen it. He tried to come at me before. This guy ain't scared of nobody. I think it's just that he needs a voice. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people see him coming up, and they don't want him to get that shine. Even though he's hating on me, talking about I don't have no scholarship and I'm just funny, I let that slide because I got my promoter hat on. But back in my debate days, I don't care how many PhDs or whatever certificates you got. It's all about the topic. How you pick the name, the title of the debate. Anybody can get beat on any given Sunday. You know what I mean? But yeah, so Thursday we got a debate coming up with Asar M. Khan versus Ha Amayan. Did the did the how do you pronounce that? Meripatah Stele. Did the Meripatah Stele say Israel or Syria? That's coming up Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right? Next Sunday, we got the commission. I got Herafont going against Kansu, the real Nuwabian. Was the Metanetter decipher. And then like I say, we got a lot of people that's moved on to the second round. So I didn't got my list in front of me. We got a lot of debaters who needs to be set up, like Sister April, Sister our brother Yasha. Uh, who else I had on there? My list ain't with me, but this I think I read it to y'all earlier. But we keep it moving over here in the den, bro. So, like I say, like Jesus, you ain't stopping nothing, bro. I wish you the best. Shalom. Go ahead.
I'll take a DNA debate with anybody.
What? You for or against DNA?
I do believe in DNA, but I don't believe that DNA can be used to prove your ancestry.
So you believe in paternity DNA?
Yeah, I
You
believe that you are your mother. You're 50% your mother,
mm-hmm,
50% your father,
mm-hmm,
which is reflected in DNA.
mm-hmm,
Then you're a quarter your grandparents. After that, the DNA is useless. If you commit a crime and you leave some of your DNA behind, they can take that specimen
mm-hmm,
and match it to yourself, and
mm-hmm,
they can solve the crime.
mm-hmm,
These are the basic usage of DNA. Anything
mm,
over, anything beyond that, not only is the science not capable of doing it, it's pseudoscientific when they do so.
mm, mm. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I
Yeah,
know
it
some
is
people
interesting,
personally.
especially.
Okay, wait. So, question. So, when you say that you are your mother and your immediate mother and your immediate father, you inherit genes from them. Um, don't they inherit genes from their direct lineage as well, right?
Yeah, and in relation to you, you inherit 25% of your four grandparents.
Right,
So when
right.
does it?
Exactly.
When does it?
Wait,
When
wait,
does it
hold on,
stop?
because he doesn't realize he's conceding that you can trace your lineage. If what you're saying is true, then we have a certain percentage of our ancestry in our veins that can be traced. If you're conceding to what it is you're saying.
Yeah, I'm conceded. Well, I guess you could say I'm conceded in that aspect, but where I challenge it is to the degree of accuracy. And once it gets to the point where it's no longer accurate, then it goes back to my argument or my initial point. You can't use DNA to trace your ancestry.
Okay,
So my
so at what point would you say it is not accurate? That's the
that's where I
question.
was. That's where I was going with it too.
Um, Well, I'm gonna go with the science. It's not accurate once you start going into the sixth generation, the seventh generation, the 10th generation, and the 10th generation is putting it around 250 years ago, right?
Correct.
And that's
250,
usually the
250 to
portion
300 years
where,
ago.
like around 250 years ago, that's where a lot of black people say um, they came from Africa. And I'm not saying they didn't, or didn't. So at that portion, when you're at the 10th generation, you have 1,024 ancestors. That means there's your grandparents, your great, great, great. The 10th generation is 1,024 people that made you who you are today. So to take from that and say, all right, I'm from this area, I'm from that area, the science doesn't say that. I don't think people realize how many ancestors they have. Now, when you go back even further than that, which is 20 generations, the number goes up into the millions. That means there's a million people that made up you. And that's around 500 years ago. Now, you begin to see why I say you can't use DNA to trace your ancestry. Because what about 1,000 years ago? What about 100,000 years ago? The number goes up so fast. You see what I'm saying? So 1,000 years ago, it's almost statistically impossible to figure out.
So I would love to dive into this, but I'm afraid I may have a debate on this at some point. So I don't want to say
Okay.
too
Well,
much.
let me take a chop at this. Well, when you're talking about uh going back in history, they're not looking at your genome in totality. In other words, the most common form of a DNA test today is called an autosomal DNA test. When they say you're 50% Nigerian, 30% Mali, 10% European, yada 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 yada. That DNA test. That's the most common test. But they can also tease out your mitochondrial marker by itself. They can also tease out the Y chromosome marker by itself. And both of those the mitochondrial marker is passed down by the women in your family intact. Your Y chromosome marker came from your father, came from his father, his father. So we can go back 10 generations and see who that man was, what DNA marker that man has. So if that man has a DNA marker that, let's take for example, is consistent with today's people in Ireland, that means at some point in this lineage of yours on your Y chromosome, there was Irish DNA, or what we call Irish DNA, entered into your lineage. If we say that we see that this marker is consistent with the people from, I don't know, just the Fulani people. I'm just using this as an example. We can surmise that you came from a line of this particular person. And then in conjunction, when looking at the autosomal breakdown, we look at that particular shit and we see that you have a heavy propensity of people from the that would be in modern day Fulani tribes, and then we see heavy modern day Nigerian people. We can use it in that manner to determine whether or not you are a part. It's not 100% accurate. It is definitely not. No, I don't think no one would say it is. But you can get a great degree of accuracy using it, and it's only going to get more accurate as they increase the sample sizes in the different testing companies.
All right, again, we're still talking about percentages that greatly reduce over time. That doesn't get affected. So everything you just said, that's great, but again, it's affected by percentage. Also, what makes it even more, what I say, impossible is
Can I
when you.
say? Can I say something real quick?
Before you do, I gotta say this point
All
before it
right, yeah,
loses
please say,
me.
bro. Who's that, brother? No, this
The
is
Zeb, yeah,
important,
yeah.
bro.
So
Yeah, say this
another thing
point,
that
brother.
makes
I
it,
gotta deal with something because
yeah, I
I'm
got
getting.
you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
bro.
say it
Come
real
on,
quick.
bro. Go ahead, bro. I gotta get it out. So please, because commission is accusing me of letting people overtalk him and all that shit. Take him off the goddamn schedule now for the debate. I don't know what the hell going on. I don't sit by this computer the whole time when y'all be on here, so I don't know what I missed. But according to the people in the audience, it seemed like you were talking more than anybody. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't.
Let me say something
So
real
No, no,
quick.
I
listen,
gotta say what I gotta say.
I
No, no,
need
no,
to
no, no. Let
finish
me say this
first,
thing because I'm
please.
allowing.
Grima, can you mute them, please? So I'm gonna take a poll in the audience. Did Kamisha get disrespected and not enough talk time? Push a one if that's true, and push a two if he got plenty of talk time. Because I'm getting blamed for something I ain't fucking do. Now y'all go ahead,
All
bro.
right, so now, so let me get back to what the guy was saying. Not only is
Man,
it close to
it's too
impossible
many
when
of
you're
y'all
going back
that
that
sign up
far.
for shit and then quit and cry, man. I ain't no fucking babysitter. And I'm sick of y'all taking the shit out on me. If you just want to make an excuse to fall out with me, to run over the Sarnetters, then that's what you do. Y'all don't need no permission to fall out and go over there, bro. But I ain't did shit. I'm sick of carrying the weight of niggas who can't control their goddamn emotion. This the fucking lion's den. Motherfuckers gonna growl and bite at each other. I can't hold y'all goddamn hand. But one thing for certain, don't sign up for no goddamn bait. And then next minute we ain't got one. Three of y'all did that today. Mudawai, Kansu, and Kamisha. and goddamn Andrew. 4-5 niggas signed up for shit today and canceled. I ain't got time for that bullshit, man. The fuck?
All right, so the other area that makes it close to impossible
They still
is
evolve with or without y'all. Give a fuck.
let me say it real quick before I lose my train of thought.
Get it in, bro.
I
Get
was
it
going
in.
to bring up epigenetics.
Trying to,
Now,
man.
your epigenetic modifications, and that's your DNA. That's pretty much how your DNA is expressed. That also affects the amount of mitochondrial DNA that will be reflected in you. And in layman's terms, when you do a DNA test, you could have, let's say you're going back 10 generations, which is 1,024 ancestors. The way how the epigenetics is shuffled around, you could inherit, let's say you have a Polish great 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 grandmother and a Chinese great 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 grandmother. It could be shuffled around to where you will never, and I repeat, never see the Polish grandmother. She'll just be erased through the annals of time. So when you're reading that number, and I don't think this is something that the science will be able to account for, because this is just how we express ourselves epigenetically. So you could have 1,000 Polish grandmothers, and just through the way things were shuffled around, it will never show up on a DNA test when you're doing it for ancestry.
But
And that
that's
is
not true.
something that the science will
That's
never be able to overcome.
that's not true though, bro. That's just simply inaccurate. If you had, for example, a thousand Irish grandmothers, you're going to have such on the autosomal level, you're going to have such a high Irish expression. It's going to be ridiculous. It's probably going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe about, and just give or take, it's probably going to say you're about 89, 90% Irish. That's what it's going to reflect because it's hard to miss that Irish admixture. It's too many of them. It's too many of them for it not to show up. It's like a simple game of it's like simply you take a deck of cards and you take all of the black cards out of it and put one black card back in the deck. The odds of you getting that black card is slim to none. More than likely you're going to pull out a red card. It just is what it is. Just simply on the numbers, bro. It's like it's literally that simple.
All right.
Yeah, I
Well,
wanted
let
to.
me address that. Let me address that.
Oh
I'm gonna
my
let you
God.
jump in on. So one, you got to understand that you are playing a probability game.
Correct.
Keyword probability,
Correct.
right? The second thing is, scientifically speaking, there is no such method, or there is no such thing as an Irish DNA. There's not a Chinese DNA. There's not a Jamaican DNA. There's not a Californian DNA. You will not be able to locate a person's ethnicity or race in a scientific lab. The genes that they say are attributed to certain ethnic groups are not exclusively expressed in those ethnic groups. That's
Correct.
why no scientist will tell you that they could find your race or your ethnic group using DNA.
Correct.
So again, my point, which is tracing your ancestry, especially when we're talking about 20 generations or 100 generations, because 100 generations is only 1,000 years.
But they're
You will
not
never,
there. They can't go back 100 generations yet. But I
yeah,
understand.
they will, and I believe they will never be able to do it because just from a logical standpoint, the percentage base would be so, it'll be so minute. And we talking about the 0.000 that it's just, it's been lost to the annals of time. And this is something that science will never be able to overcome. I'm gonna let the truest jump in. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, well, no, JJ, you wanted to
Somebody
say
else
something?
came here, so I got somebody else on the panel with an O. Can they speak real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No sweat, bro.
No, that's
Go
me,
ahead.
JJ. Open the knowledge, JJ.
Oh, okay, okay.
Go ahead, go
And
ahead,
then we
go ahead.
got
I'm loving this combo. I come
all
in
right.
afterwards. I'm loving this combo.
Hey,
Keep
listen,
on going.
everybody. I'm for real. Let me just say this. I don't know what I did to Commission. I wasn't away. I wasn't by this computer the whole time. I got a life. I got my family on the inside. I got things that I might have to use the bathroom. I don't just sit here and watch this whole panel.
You ain't doing nothing, JJ, man. Like,
No. Because he's talking about. I mean, he act like I did him wrong or something. Like he didn't
nah,
get
just
out
that
of my.
Mugabe was turning up on him, and he ain't really like that,
I
and so
said
he
it's the
taking it
Lions
out on
den.
you.
I mean, I said this the Lions den, so you gotta expect people to be doing
He
stuff
was
like that.
applying the pressure, man. Like,
I felt you had a lot of time to speak. You had your PowerPoints up, and I come in a couple of times supporting you. I let you get it off, and then this is the thanks I get. I don't understand why people get mad at other people, and they want to put it on JJ. And Commissioner, I just think I don't think it's right, bro. But so now he has backed up out of the debate with Kansu, y'all.
Well, bro, just give him a couple days to cool off. He'll understand in the error of his ways. He'll know that he had bogarted the majority of the conversation. He was literally holding monologue. And as soon as somebody say something to him that wasn't agreeing with what he said, he would go into some type of defense mechanism. And I was just trying to move the conversation forward. Let's have a dialogue. You don't have to have we can disagree all day long. Who gives a fuck? That don't mean anything. But let's just move the conversation forward. That's all.
And I want to apologize to the panel. JJ, I want to apologize to you, JJ, and Karima for my disruption, man. I seriously didn't come in for that. But as soon as you said my name, he just going in. That's another deflector. He went straight in on me, man. So I apologize. But you know what I mean? That's just me. I can't let nobody just talk about me, and I'm right here when I can talk for myself. You feel me?
And by the way, I do want to say this back to the DNA thing. This is something that
You
we need
can't
to
just
say
do that,
earlier.
We don't do that here. Hold up. You've been speaking too. See, y'all we just want to dominate. We can't do that, bro. Now I got Rafia right here, the one you ran from in your debate. He want to say something.
I did not run from him. I told you it was a time conflict. I did not run
I
from
didn't know
him.
it was him.
Yes,
and on the
I
real,
definitely ain't run from you.
am I
That
heard?
was clean
Am
with
I
the date.
heard?
Karima,
Am I heard?
Clean with the dates.
Karima, hold on.
And you know this. You said Monday, and then you want to do it on Sunday. Come on, man.
Wait, hold on.
Correct or not? I did not run from no debate. And that's
Am
why
I
I came up
heard?
and I addressed
Am
it.
I heard?
JJ trying to talk.
So listen, bro. This is what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Karima just taught me how to log in and how to open up the show. So I'm gonna do that. And when I got control of the goddamn buttons, as soon as you get out of pocket, I'm putting you in the fucking back, man. Because it seems like y'all don't respect somebody when they're trying to get control of the goddamn show. All this over talking, I know it's a goddamn tactic. And then when you get into it with the other person, I get the blame for the shit. But y'all don't even listen to me, man. And I let y'all get free range to speak. But it's like, fuck JJ, bro. Y'all gotta stop doing that shit, man. That's why I ain't got a voice now.
Am I heard?
Yeah, go ahead, fam. We hear you.
Can people hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, fam.
I was humbly trying to not say things, to let people bust their load. You know what I'm saying? All right, my dude, the Aboriginal dude, man. Dude, you didn't come around when it was time to do the debate. You know what I'm saying?
There's a reason for that.
All right, bro, I got things to do just like you do. You heard? I got things to do. All right. Now, if you debate me, you know what it's going to be? Are black people in America Aboriginal Americans?
Of course they are. And you.
All right. Now you prove that. And first round, not. And I'm not going to I'm going to disrespect you because you was disrespectful. All right. I'm going to first round knockout you, bro.
But first, we have to define, like I said last time, we have to define what black is. No. We have to define what black is. We got to come up with a gold standard
Hey, brother, please. Can you get a clock out for these brother? Maybe a 1 minute clock apiece.
A
Extremely please.
Negro. What they call a Negro. I mean,
You still got to define that.
I'm flex.
Black and
I'm
Negro is used
flexible. I'm
interchangeably.
flexible, bro.
Yeah, just flesh it out for me.
Stop trying to overtalk me, man. Every time I try to say something, I'll let you talk, man. Now, what are we going to say is a defining point of what a Negro is? I'm cool with, I'm flexible. I'm gonna whoop you any motherfucking way.
Can I ask a question, guys? Can I ask a question? And maybe this will help y'all conversation move a little bit forward. The brother that's Aboriginal, when you say black, are you using it to refer to the ethnic group of people here in the United States that are commonly referred to as Africans American and black people, or are you using it as a place marker to describe anybody globally that's highly melanated?
The latter.
The latter. Okay.
And there's a reason for that. In
Okay.
America,
So we are defined by skin color.
We all use lookership, and whether you want to admit it or not, that's what we do.
All right.
For
So then
instance,
we go by DNA then. Case
you
closed.
can't go by DNA because
You don't want
can't
to.
locate. You can't
Yeah,
locate
I know you
blackness
don't want
through
to.
DNA.
Because it's gonna. You're outie if
It's
you
not
go by
that. No,
DNA.
it's not that. No, that's not the reason. The reason is you can't locate through DNA that you're black. For
No, I'm
instance,
not saying that
like I
you're
brought up last
black.
time, is Nipsey
I'm not
Hussle black?
saying that you're black. I'm saying that there are different.
No, I'm asking you, is Nipsey Hussle black?
I didn't say you're black, so don't
No, I'm
put me in the
asking if
box.
Nipsey Hussle was black.
I didn't. He's part Ethiopian.
All
Am I
right,
right or wrong? Right or
you're not
wrong?
answering my question. Of course, he's Ethiopian. That's a
Wrong.
fact.
All
But
right.
is he
So
black?
is he an Aboriginal?
He's Aboriginal to Africa. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what's the difference between him and like me? What's the difference?
He's an Aboriginal to Africa, and
So
you
he a
are an
different
Aboriginal
motherfucker.
to America. That's the difference.
How the fuck I'm an
Geological
Aboriginal?
location. Well, I don't know.
Bro.
You may be an African. You're right. There is no way for me to really know. You really might be
So then,
an African.
so how are you telling me how people came from and where they came from when you don't know?
I'm not telling you anybody.
You brought up
Nipsey
Nipsey Hussle and
they got to go
Nipsey
through the
Hussle came
genealogical.
and Nipsey Hussle came from Ethiopia.
Nipsey Hussle don't got nothing to do with you. I
Well, let
go
me
on
ask.
an
Can I ask you a
individual
question?
basis.
Can I ask you a question,
Can
brother?
we please pass the mic?
Can I ask you a question, brother, to the Aboriginal brother? Because I'm like,
It's just say Zab, man.
okay,
Everybody know
Zab.
me as Zab. All right, just
Okay, cool.
real
So
easy.
how you doing, Zab? My name's
I'm
Mugabe, brother.
doing marvelous.
Good to meet
And I
you.
also believe it. Let me say this real quick. Since I got the mic, I actually created a mathematical formula to prove my point when it comes to DNA and on ancestry.
Right. I'm fascinated with the black
Okay,
folks.
and
I'm fascinated with the black folks that have this Aboriginal claim. Now, without speaking for us in the broader context, how do you, Zab? What evidence do you have to support your claim of being indigenous to this
Through
landmass?
my father's line, I traced them back to the creek and the Muskogee out there in Georgia, and I wasn't able to locate any entry point for any of my ancestors from Africa.
So through your
Not one.
father's line, you trace them back to the creek
To the
and the
creek
Muskogee.
Muskogee, and I
Okay.
got some Taino Indians as well, so that everything about me is American or the Americas. I haven't been able to find any African inception for
do you
me.
have
So I only speak for me, bro. I
Caucasian?
can't speak.
Do you have any Caucasian in you?
Yes.
Okay,
You will
so
admit Caucasian, but you won't admit African. This boy is something else.
No, I
so
just
just
think that there's black people right
Hey,
here.
that's okay. Whoa,
There's
whoa.
Negroid, there's
Hey, listen.
Negroids right here in
You have
America.
Caucasian
Man,
ancestors, but
You
you don't
gotta
have
no.
African.
Your problem
brother,
when you're doing this, you're
no.
using Negroid and African interchangeably
Hey,
because
hey,
you
hey,
believe
brother,
that black
brother, brother,
people
brother,
have
brother,
to be from
brother,
Africa.
brother. I know you hear me, man. You don't want to hear me, but I know you hear me. You're gonna overlook that point. You actually okay with claiming the Caucasian side, but you don't. But African is the problem. That's.
It's no. He
Agree.
framed it wrong. No. I'm not gonna make. I'm not
No, I
gonna
framed it how it
misinterpret
is,
what I
bro.
said.
I framed it how it is. You don't like your African side, but you love your
I
Caucasian
haven't been
side.
able to find the African side. I haven't been able to locate
But
anyone
you found
that
you
lives in
found
that
your
area.
Caucasian side.
I have found Irish people, yes, but I
Ah,
haven't found any
wow.
African people.
And
Meaning,
you
so
I
welcome them.
can't
so
find
quick
no
quick question.
You
Nigerian, no
Quick
welcome them.
Ghanaian,
quick question. Quick
no
question.
South
Quick
African.
question. Quick question.
But
Quick
that's
question.
no
But I have
different than
found
a,
black
that's no
people,
different
but the
than an
black people
African
are here
American
in the
saying that they don't have
Americas.
no Indian.
Ah,
That's no different than
So
an African American saying that they don't have no Indian in their bloodline.
most of you don't.
Why
it
is that?
depends on the African
Hold
American.
up. How can you say
Everybody
that
doesn't
though?
have the same.
All right then. So that's what we need to separate
But
this at. We can't
what
say
we're saying is
everybody got African American in them, and we can't say everybody got Indian in them. We can't say that.
but I
The
don't
I
think
didn't
world
I
say
don't
is
that.
mixed
I
and
didn't say
screwed
that.
up. Now, okay,
I
I'm just
said
making sure.
your
Go ahead.
black, your dark skinned self has
He
some
believes that
African
every
in you.
black man has to only come from Africa. If you black, then you just got
All
to.
right. So where did you come from? Because
We're
you
Hey, y'all.
didn't
talking
just
about
come
the
from
name
America.
black.
You
wait,
didn't
Is
just
it
come
the
from America,
name
bro.
black?
Real
It's
quick.
the
Where did
name
you come
black that
from?
we're
You gotta
using.
Real
figure out where
quick.
you came from.
Huh?
Real
You
quick,
need to
y'all.
figure out where you came from because
But you got some
appear to
Um,
be confused.
I came from Africa,
You
and there
so
are
That's gonna get me in
schools.
trouble when my
you
voice come
located
back.
an African
Go ahead.
ancestor?
what
I
was
Yeah,
you saying,
90
JJ? JJ, what was you trying to say,
Oh,
JJ? Hold on.
90%. You
Hold
gonna
on,
go with the
y'all.
percentage
Hold on,
game.
y'all.
You
What
gonna
was
play
you
the
saying,
all right,
JJ?
thank you,
99%
man.
Nigerian and
Excuse me,
13%.
gentlemen. Excuse me, gentlemen. JJ was trying to say something. What was you saying,
Yeah,
JJ?
man, 'cause I can't hear. In 9 minutes, YAHRAH's coming back on to do his presentation. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm gonna check it out.
All right.
Yeah,
Yo, that dude
please
that
speak? Can I please speak? Please. Thank you. I've been
Yeah,
incredibly.
True's been on here for the longest. Y'all ain't let him speak.
Yeah, go
True,
ahead, brother.
you
True.
gotta fight for you. That's why I ain't got no voice. You gotta speak up around
I
here, bro.
appreciate it. I just wanted to speak to what you were mentioning with Kamish and JJ. This panel is a great example of what I'm trying not to be when it comes to my debates and when it comes to how I'm carrying myself in regards to this. Because it's a damn shame we have a bunch of grown men looking to use bully scholarship and not really have a
And
debate. It just
Refire, hold on. Mute your mic, brother, please.
okay.
Yeah, thank you, fam. Sorry, True's. Go ahead.
trying to use bullyship instead of scholarship to debate. We got a bunch of people trying to preach and teach and dominate conversations instead of having actual dialogues. And I assure you, if you go back and watch this stream, you will see a certain person had ample time to present his information for well over an hour. And it didn't become a problem until people started to ask questions about what it is he was presenting. Even now,
Wait. I stepped away. So who would that certain person be so I can be clear?
Commission.
Okay, so he got mad at me. Man, that's just the den, bro. You gotta fight. I mean, I try to make it fair, but I can't be by the people. Yeah. So all right, go ahead.
Right. And the thing about a debate is when you are in a debate setting and you're timed, you're forced to let other people speak and be quiet. And this is why I think certain people back out of debates because they don't have enough skill to work in that kind of environment. They're only able to work in chaos and chaotic situations like this panel turned out to be. But this debate league is not about chaos. It's about who can structure arguments and actually push back against opposing arguments. So I just want to say I would like to see people handle conversations like this with a little more decorum. especially when we're calling ourselves the most educated amongst us.
And
And
you know,
with
Truist, you know who you facing in this your next debate it'll be YAHRAH.
yes, I'm looking forward to see what it is he'd like to debate about. And he's very good at keeping his composure, so I'm sure we'll have a great debate. And with that, I got to get ready for work. But
Right, Truist.
yeah,
Hey,
peace
brother
out.
True, brother True.
Yeah.
Tell us where we can reach you at, because I want to tap in with you about something.
Put your link in the chat. He got a wrench. I think Mudawar got a wrench, and Mudawar put his channel in there. That way y'all can reach out.
Yeah, I'll put my channel in the chat, and I'm also going to put my email.
We all promoting our own channels.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
good looking out, fellas.
Yeah, JJ, I'll
Absolutely.
share your shit any day, dog, on my channel. Good word. I'll
Be
share
safe
your
out there,
shit,
fam.
or any one of y'all, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah,
All
peace,
right,
Truist.
all right, let's get back to the meat and potatoes. Go ahead, Rafia.
Yeah, no, it was actually Zab was speaking.
All
I
right.
was trying to get some. It was Zab that was speaking last. We were
Can
trying
you
to get some.
moderate Mudawar? Because my voice gone, bro.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Which Aboriginal wants to debate me? I'll take all of you at one time.
Hey.
I ain't Aboriginal. I'm American Indian.
Well, then, what? All right.
And what?
Okay.
I
All
don't
right.
claim no doctrine, no none of that. I mean, I was
When
born
did
into
you get
Christianity,
to America? All right. When did you get to America?
Him specifically, or you mean his lineage?
Yeah, I'm about to
I
get
mean,
into
if
that.
you're Aboriginal comes from Australia, right or wrong?
No. Hold on.
No. Absolutely not.
So where you're Aboriginal from? Where?
I just
Where
told
did
you
you?
I'm
Where did you? Where did you spring up?
Indian. I'm a North American Indian at that.
Okay, I'll
South
debate
Carolina.
that.
South
All
Carolina.
right. All right.
Well,
Are
how
you
you
from?
gonna tell
Are
a
you?
man what he is and what he isn't?
I was about
Like,
to say you
what's
can't
the
debate somebody.
audacity of
You
you?
can't debate an individual on
Yeah,
what
that's
they claim to
crazy.
be. You can't do that.
What's
You
wrong
can
with this
claim.
nigga? What's wrong with this dude?
That's just like me telling you ain't African American. I can't say that.
Right.
So we are different people, right?
Yes,
Since I
definitely.
came from
If you claim,
Africa
hold
and
on.
I've been
I think
fucking your women.
the conversation is as such. I think what the brother Rafiki is saying. If I'm wrong, Rafiki, please let me know, brother. I don't want to misquote you.
Oh yes.
You're saying
It's
that
Rafia, man.
Rafia, my
Get it
bad, Rafia. You're saying that the people that we call African Americans, the people that's here in North America, including most of the people in South America and Canada as well, the people that we refer to as black people in this hemisphere, generally, African Americans specifically in this country, you're saying that those people overwhelmingly came at one point, their people came here from Africa. And if you're saying that, are you saying that the overwhelming majority of those people that came from Africa came during the transatlantic slave trade?
Yeah,
Or is that what you're saying?
That is exactly what he's saying.
Thank you, Mudawar.
Okay. Now,
what I'm saying is, all right, what is the predominantly DNA of so-called African Americans? All right,
We have
is it
American
E1, E1B1A? Is it? Yes, no.
That's not how it works.
Or maybe so.
You don't even understand science. You keep naming out.
Don't tell me what I don't understand. Is that the predominant? Is that the predominant DNA? Is it?
You don't understand the science, and you're not even qualified really to have this debate.
Man,
you don't wipe the floor because you don't understand.
Real quick, Zab.
And that's that dude Mudawar. That you told me you're Mudawar.
No.
That told me that.
Yeah, I was the guy that was speaking to clarify your position.
All right, isn't 67%? And I'm flexible about that. of
percentage
African
game.
Americans are E1B1A in their DNA group. Right or wrong?
I mean, I can clarify that.
Yes
I
or
want
no,
to.
bro?
No,
Yes or no?
bro. Listen. Please hear me out, bro. I want to clarify your statement, just for the listeners. It ain't for me because I
Bro,
know
I
I
don't
know the
want you to
math.
do your listeners.
Listen,
I want to
okay,
know is a
okay.
majority
Okay,
A1B1A? Yes or no?
okay. Listen to what I'm
Hey,
saying.
Mudawa, fix your mic
He
real
said
quick,
yes
man.
or
It sounds
no.
like a little staticky, Mudawa. I want you to be
Hey,
All right,
clear.
I
can
don't
you
think
Go
y'all
guys hear
ahead,
me
can deal.
now?
Mudawa.
I don't
How
think y'all
about
can
now?
deal with the Aboriginal killer over
Yeah,
there, bro.
You
I
good.
mean,
All
this
right,
guy right
cool.
here is haunting. Who the why look like you guys is running. Now he
No,
might
So
be
I'm
what
listening.
trying
is a
to.
DNA group?
I don't want to
Do
I'm,
do
disrespect him,
do do
JJ, but
do do do
his
Aboriginals
logic,
have a DNA group?
like his logic is so like it's like talking to a third grader because he just doesn't
All right,
understand the speed.
you're gonna disrespect me. All right. Now, do we need to meet up, nigga?
No. Come on, man.
oh, come on now, bro.
Hey, we
We
getting
not
ready to
finna
end the
do that.
show.
We
Let's
not
come
finna.
on, man.
All right. So keep it respectful. Either that, or we gonna meet up.
Well, come on,
You
y'all.
heard?
Okay, ain't no meet up, bro. Ain't nobody
Nothing, nigga.
ain't
Nothing.
nobody for the meet
Everyone.
up, bro. Ain't nobody
I
for to
think
go
he
through all
drunk,
that
man.
meet
This
up,
man
bro.
drunk,
Hey,
man.
the show been on too long. I think everybody getting antsy. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up.
Yeah, go sober up, man.
And
Man, I'll
Hey,
slap the shit out
I would
you
love to have
and
this
anybody
Sober up,
conversation with
next to
man.
y'all,
you,
bro.
bitch.
Hey,
Bye,
Go
bitch.
sober up, man.
Zab,
Mudawa and Zab was having a
Zab,
great
I would love to
conversation.
have this dialogue with you sometime, bro. When you get some free time, maybe we can steal an hour from JJ platform and
And
just
I'm in
have a
Yeah,
I'm
good
in
no doubt, no
Missouri
conversation,
doubt.
right now.
dialogue.
Yeah, we
hey,
can
I'm
do
Pull
not.
up,
that.
keep
nigga.
the panel, please. Y'all
Yeah, we
right, go ahead.
definitely could
Come
do
on.
that.
All right.
Yeah,
Bring your ass.
I'm
Can
not
we
really
mute
in.
the panel, please? Y'all right wants to speak. I can't yell. God damn. Man, I gotta get a bullhorn. Hey, Yara. Yara, you ready? All right. The brother Yara, go ahead and tell the audience you get ready to come on, please. Go ahead.
And I'll still slap the shit out you, bitch.
Oh man, all right, we ain't talking to you.
Mic drop.
Hey,
Somebody get
Mic
their
drop.
grandpa.
Mic
Somebody get
drop.
their grandpa off this bitch.
wow.
This nigga out of
Somebody
line
get
right
their
now.
drunk ass grandpa off this
This nigga wow. This nigga
I'll be there.
Hey,
That's
I
how
was
you know
telling
he an
y'all though,
Indian
man.
for real, man. Like that's how you know he a real Indian.
Yeah,
Man,
he a
He gonna
real
be in the hole,
Indian.
that
man.
fire water got a hole on it.
I'll be
That
there.
Indian
Old drunk
mentality. That's
Indian.
Indian
Come
business,
on.
bro.
Yeah.
Hey man.
And I should
That
fuck
ain't
your
no
mother.
African business, brother. That's Indian business right
Karima,
Yeah,
there.
them
please.
Africans don't be drinking like that. That's how you know he an Indian for real.
All right, go ahead.
Oh shit.
Man,
Hey,
you
answer
Just
call
the
me an
listen to
question.
him
Indian to
alone,
my
you know
Hey,
you
face?
an
go ahead. Turn
Aboriginal.
it to a goddamn song.
Man,
Go
Hey,
ahead.
hell to me in
Mudawa,
my
man, when
face.
y'all
Hey,
boys do that
Karima,
show,
in the
man, make
fucking
sure y'all
video.
post that. Oh, my
Hey,
bad.
hey, you know
And
My
you
what?
bad,
came to
Mudawa.
Newark,
I'm out. I'm
we,
gone.
we, 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 we'll strip you
Hey,
from
hey,
everything,
y'all
bro.
can have this motherfucker.
I don't hear him talking.
Oh shit. That shit was hilarious.
Yeah, it's going to be hilarious till you bring your ass to Newark, New Jersey.
Oh
I'll be
shit.
there.
Oh god damn.
You going to laugh. And I'm
Bro, that
serious,
shit,
bro.
bro,
I,
that
I,
shit
I
funny.
will rip you.
Bro, that shit funny, bro.
Yeah, it's going to be funny. I'll be there.
Don't go online after you've been drinking, bro.
Bruh, I go in your face and in your mouth.
Ah, oh shit, this dude right here. This characters, man. Lucky dude.
Yeah. Where we going to meet up at, bro?
Oh man, god
I'm
damn.
paying.
Bro.
I'm paying.
You paying?
Yeah.
LAX. What terminal, bro? What time you been? What flight you coming in on, bro? Tough guy.
Oh, I ain't even gotta have nobody come. I
Right.
got somebody that's gonna meet you there.
There you go. Call him up, bro. Call him up with your tough ass.
Uh-huh.
Call him up with
Mm-hmm.
your tough ass. Yeah, there you
Mm-hmm.
go.
And you know you can't do nothing at the fucking terminal. Stupid ass motherfucker.
What's wrong with my motherfucking debit card? This is bullshit. What is that? Oh man. Number 8.
And you still a little bitch.
Oh god damn.
But I'm not taking no extra trip just to come to fucking LA. I've been there many times. I got pictures. And what's your name, bro?
This Mugabe, good brother.
Mugambi?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm about to shut
you
it
a
down.
whole motherfucker, dog. Me and you go to the gym. Me and you go to the gym and knuckle
Hello.
up. You about my age too, bro. Ain't you about 50 something?
Yeah.